You're watching Call for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, December 1st, 2021, Wednesday, 11 p.m. Thanks for joining me. I see Jonathan Warner is in the chat. If someone could let me know if the audio is coming through okay. We've got a whole new live stream set up here. So there may be some hiccups. Let's hope everything goes smoothly. And let me know if the audio and video is coming through okay. And if it looks relatively in sync. If the stream goes offline in the middle of broadcasting, I'll restart it. So if something goes really badly wrong, just go back to the channel on YouTube and I'll restart it. Okay, before I get into what we're playing today, the reason I'm doing this stream is I've started recording a whole bunch of videos or one long series on the technical stuff, the hardware, the cameras, the equipment for making a YouTube board game channel. There are two main ways to do live streaming. One is to use a self-contained device like an A10 Mini. That's what I use normally. And the other one is to use your computer and a software like OBS or vMix. There's a whole bunch. So I was writing up how to. I normally use an A10 Mini. I was making notes about how to do it with the computer way, and I realized I should probably give it a try. So I've set everything up now. Everything is going through the computer, and I've got OBS Studio running the live stream. So if you'll indulge me for a minute, let's just test some of this stuff here. So here's the front camera as normal. There's our top-down camera, Murder at the Motel. Here's our close-up top-down camera for when I want to show you documents so you can see it. Hopefully you can see those pretty well. Then we've got some more options when we're using OBS. Now we have a really close-up zoom if you wanted to see like a little item. These are some small paper clips. All right, so I could show you a real close-up. Then we've got some stuff for the laptop, which we're not connecting. Now we've got chat on screen. If we want to talk after the main video, we can put the chat up as part of the live stream so people can watch it more easily afterwards. And then we've got some new, whoops, that's not right. We've got some new picture-in-picture stuff when we're doing the top-down that hopefully takes up less of the screen. So there you go. And we've got some new break stuff. All right, assuming everything is connected. Now, let's talk about what we're playing here. So we've been doing sort of a tour of these mystery suspect games where there's lots of suspects and you've got some crime and documents and you're trying to figure out who did it, who had motive, means, opportunity, etc. And within this genre, or whether it's a little adjacent genre, are these subscription box games. Hunt a Killer is one, but that has spun off a whole bunch of others. And I tend to think of them as not quite in the same, not of the same caliber, even though I have very little experience with them, because they seem to be focused much more on sort of gimmicky trinkets and stuff. Like when you subscribe to these boxes, I've seen the photos, you get like a hat and stuff that has nothing to do with the mystery, that has nothing to do with the case at all. It's just kind of fun little toys. And I feel like the subscription stuff tries to draw out these cases longer than they should be. But Hunt a Killer, which started as a subscription box, every month you get a new box, part of a series. There's some famous ones, I think. Vindication was one of them. Anyway, they like run 6 games, and you can pick up those boxes. You would normally get them every month, but you can pick them up on eBay, and they've been churning them out, and they're quite popular. But they've started making these standalone boxes. And as I understand it, this is the first one in a series, Murder at the Motel. There are a couple more. I think this one is a Target exclusive. And this one is rated at medium difficulty. So there was one I picked up by mistake that was easy difficulty. That went back without opening. But this one feels like they put a lot of effort into it. It's medium difficulty. So this is going to be our giving Hunt a Killer standalone boxes our fair shake. So we'll play it. We'll play it all live. It's full of spoilers. If you plan to play this, stop watching now. We'll play it. Jonathan Warner has been playing these games with me, so I could use the help. And then when we're done, we'll give it a little review. We'll talk about how it compares to the other games. And then we'll stick around for chat if people want to chat. When the first thing we'll do is we'll go through all the documents that are in the box. And we'll read the introduction, then we'll go through the documents quickly so that you have time to screenshot these. If you want to play along, I'll put them in close up. You can screenshot them, we'll go through them all, and then we'll go back and read them all. Anything that needs to be done before we get started? I hope this streaming software works and can last for 6 hours. I don't think this is going to be a 6-hour case. I have a feeling that the Hunt a Killer games aren't meant to go on so long. It looks like the brightness is a little washed out to me, like I should have turned it down a little bit, but let's just try it. All right, let's start by reading the rules for our Hunt a Killer mysteries, since I assume they basically work the same as all the others, but since we haven't seen it, let's go through it together. I guess we can do the close-up here. Welcome to Hunt a Killer, Murder at the Motel. Contained within this box is everything you'll need to solve the murder of Julian Ford, an independent contractor who was renovating the Sunset Motel in Garfield, Nevada. You will assume the role of a private investigator trying to uncover the truth about what happened to Julian on the day he died. Along the way, you'll investigate suspects, string together clues, and deduce hidden meanings to unravel the mystery and bring a killer to justice. Inventory, so we've seen this in most of these games. Here's something that's slightly different. This game has a solution envelope. All of the other games we've played in recently have required you to go online for the solution. Your mission in Hunt a Killer, Murder at the Motel, is to identify Julian Ford's killer. Working alone or as part of a team, you will need to discover clear means, motive, and opportunity to find the killer. Only one suspect will fit all 3 categories, and discovering who it is will allow you to identify them as the murderer. To accomplish this, you'll need to carefully read each of the documents in the box, examine the items included as evidence, and make deductions to discover the truth of what happened. Begin by checking to make sure your box contains all of the items on the inventory list. Several objects are sealed inside a locked tin. There will be 2 pieces of evidence inside. In addition to the items and documents in the box, you may want some means of taking notes on hand to help you with your investigation. That's what we got. Throughout this investigation, you'll be going over the documents and interacting with the items of this case. We recommend organizing the items in a manner that feels most comfortable to you, but from which you can easily see each piece of evidence. Getting started. The first document to look over is the letter from Gray Investigations. In it, private investigator Michelle Gray outlines the case you've been assigned to solve and gives you tips on how to conduct your investigation. From there, the rest of the documents and items are yours to explore at your own pace. in your own order. Read through everything, take notes, and examine the items. The truth is for you to uncover. Hint: everyone had something to say about where they were the day Julian died. Is there some way to track people's movements to see where they really were? It doesn't sound like this game makes any use of the internet, but we'll see. The gameplay of Hunt a Killer Murder at the Motel revolves around finding which suspect had the means, motive, and opportunity to kill Julian Ford. Means: the method of the murder. In this case, the implement used to deliver the killing blow. Investigating this aspect will involve looking at clues found at the crime scene to try to determine exactly how Julian died and who among the suspects had the ability to commit the crime. Motive: the reason why the killer attacked Julian. Investigating this aspect will involve looking at Julian's relationships with each suspect, as well as the relationships between suspects, and determining where there were conflicts that might have led to violence. Opportunity: the ability for the killer to have been at the scene of the crime at the time of the death. Investigating this aspect will involve creating a timeline of the murder and comparing these times to the alibis of each suspect. Be careful, suspects might be lying about where they were the day of Julian's death, so be sure to verify their alibis with evidence. Hint: if at any point during your investigation you feel stuck or would like a little help, you can visit our website for clues. Gives the website address, murderatthemotel.com. Navigate to the hints and reveals section, then enter the password vacancy. The hints section contains spoiler-free clues to help you in your investigation. All right, so we'll have to decide if we want to go to that or not. When you think you've identified the killer, you can check your answer by opening the solution envelope, but be warned, once you do, there is no going back. Make sure you have opened the locked tin and know all the details of how the murder happened, why the killer attacked Julian, and whether the suspect in question could have been at the crime scene at the time of death before you open the solution envelope. You can also visit our website to check the answers to each individual puzzle. What that means, I don't know. Visit murderatthemotel.com and navigate to the hints and reveals. Enter the password. The reveals section contains solutions to the puzzles in this game, so watch out for spoilers. Okay, so there's going to be some separate puzzles. Once you've solved the case, you can navigate to the Hints and Reveals page to receive an exclusive epilogue with more information about the resolution of the case and what happened to the characters. Okay, need help, customer service. You want more Hunt a Killer, you can get more discounts. Okay. And then it's got a nice list of credits. I wish some of the other games had this. We've got the writers, game designers. Okay. All right, let's see what else we got. Here's our letter from Gray Investigations. Hello, investigator. I appreciate your help with this case. The victim is a 32-year-old male named Julian Ford, a contractor from California, whose body was discovered at the Sunset Motel in Garfield, Nevada. You'll learn more from my contact, Veronica Rodriguez, and her neighbor, Eugene Young. I'll let Veronica's letter explain their story, such as it is. The police are looking for Chad Wilhelm, their prime suspect. However, Miss Rodriguez has some insight that causes her to doubt Mr. Wilhelm's involvement in the homicide. My opinion, leave no stone unturned. I pulled in a favor to get the Garfield PD to hand over the police report. It's not complete yet, since they haven't caught Mr. Wilhelm, but it should give you a better understanding of the basic facts of the case. There are a lot of moving parts to this one, but don't get discouraged. You have a variety of resources at your disposal. It might be helpful to start by establishing a timeline of events. Start by reading through what the guests said they were doing, then check those stories against the time records provided by the police. Then figure out who had a motive to murder Mr. Ford and who could have been with him at the time of his death. That should help you identify the murderer, at which point we can tip the police. One last thing, the murder weapon hasn't been found yet. I lost my place here. The murder weapon hasn't been found yet. If you can figure out what it is, that would be a huge help in your investigation. Miss Rodriguez seems stuck in limbo. If you can crack this case, you can save her. Good luck, Michelle Gray, Private Investigator, Gray Investigations, LLC. I'm not going to start making notes yet. I want us to look at all the documents first, okay? Nice hefty piece of paper. Let's see what else we got. We're just going to quickly look at these so you can screenshot them, and then we'll go back and read them here. So here's a letter from Veronica Rodriguez. From Garfield, Nevada. Okay, let's just go through these. Here's a cool little something written on Motel stationery. Looks like a summary of her notes on the suspects, or someone's notes on the suspects. Jonathan says it was the locked tin that was the murder weapon used to bludgeon them. All right, look at this nice little booklet. Okay. At the Sunset. Okay, let's just take a look at this together so you can screenshot it. Someone's tab. More notes. I don't know whose notes these are. They look like notes on each room. So maybe this is the log of someone working there. Wow, nice small print. It's a work log, but it's also got like little poetry in it or something. Okay. What else we got? I'm liking how these documents feel different. I mean, they look authentic. They've got nice style to them. Garfield Police Department incident report. That's the homicide incident. Page 1 of 3, I see, okay. Here's page 2. Here's page 3 with a photo of the decedent. Some blood on his chest there, it looks like. All right, let's see what else we got here. Some photos of the room invoice. I should have warned you that you're should get your screenshot stuff ready to go. More room invoice. Hey, look at this. This is kind of cool. This is a screenshot of the hotel software that manages the electronic key fob system. So they can see what cards went into what rooms. Pretty cool. Oh, it's got a backside to it. Okay. Okay, this is the kind of thing I expect with Hunt a Killer. It's a little napkin from a casino, Ambitious Card Casino. Oh, it's got some writing on it. Oh, come on, that's pretty cool. Left, right, and left again. More poetry. We'll look at this in more detail later. Okay, come on, that's cool. That's an actual napkin. Okay. A little small sheet. Someone's written some more poetry or song lyrics. Okay, nice. I gotta say, I walked into this thinking that the gimmicky stuff about the items was a gimmick, but you know, it does give you some nice flavor. Here's an ice cream receipt. Okay. Maybe time alibi for someone. Oh, more lyrics or poetry on the back. Hopefully you got time to screenshot those. All right, what else we got? Oh, come on. That's pretty cool. It's a Motel key card, and it's made out of plastic. Pretty nice. All right, photograph on nice color glossy stock. Don't know who those people are. Maybe our murder victim. Okay. Gaming voucher from the Ambitious Card Casino. Little casino thing. What is this? When you win something, you get a voucher. You go to cash it in later. More Sunset Motel maintenance request. Okay, guest relations form. Lots of writing on these. I'm liking this. I'm more impressed than I thought I would be so far. Another guest relations form. Oh, writing on the back of this one. All right. What do we got here? Some nice heavy stock. From Jefferson, Redmond, and Schuster Incorporated. Okay. Newspaper clipping on newspaper stock. Doesn't look like anything on the back is important. Do not disturb sign for the hotel. I'm stuck in a dream, but so free. It's kind of weird. To be me. Okay. Wow, look at this thing here. This Sunday, Eugene Young, all-day launch party. It's a little musical flyer, not flyer, but a bill. A sign for a show. Could be someone's alibi. Whoa, look at this. Someone drew a diagram. Let's go to here. Someone drew a diagram for us. Okay. Here's our solution envelope. To confirm your theory without spoiling the solution and to receive an exclusive epilogue, go here. So you could go to the website before you open it to make sure you're correct. All right, let's see what else we have here. Here is, I mean, that's, I gotta say. So we've been playing these games. We've been playing a whole bunch of games by Adventure, the Antarctica, Still Lake, and those documents felt quite real, and there's a lot of them, and there's a little bit of physical trinket stuff, but this is serious. This is a metal tin with a real combination lock. Now, you could open this lock by doing little tricks they use to get these. You pull it tight, you feel when it changes, but we won't do that. But this is pretty impressive that they've gone to all this trouble. I guess that's what you expect from these hunter-killer games, but I'm impressed, I gotta admit. I mean, I don't normally care about this kind of stuff, but I gotta say, it's pretty impressive. And it's kind of fun that this is saved for later. All right, so what else do we have in this box here? We've got something here. What is this? It's a plastic turtle. Hollow. It's not a candle, it's plastic. All right, I don't know why it's in this bag, but here it is. Turtle in a bag. All right. Nothing else in the box. Nothing underneath. Okay. We'll put this aside now. All right, so did anyone get a shot of this writing if they want it? Tablets recommended for aches, pains, nervous stomach, toothache, low blood pressure, everything. Jazz fever, bad posture. Okay, that's weird. All right, we'll put these aside for now. Guess let's put them so you can still see them somehow. All right, let's take a look at what this is. This is just an advertisement. Hunter Killer, there's their boxes. All right. I forgot to start my timer. All right, so there you have it. We've looked at everything. I hope you've gotten screenshots if you wanted to. It's too late now, but I'll give a little plug for a program I've written called Screenshot Captor, which would actually be well suited to taking lots of screenshots and then browsing them. I'll tell you what we'll do. Let's take a quick, I know it's a little early, but we'll take a little 5-minute break, let everyone get settled, get something to drink. We'll come back and we'll start going through our documents. It'll give me a good opportunity to test the thing. Okay, so I will see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two, and we are playing Murder at the Motel, a Hunt-a-Killer standalone box. And we're going to now organize our documents and start making notes here. All right, let's start making notes of our people here. So we've got our victim, Julian Ford, the victim. All right. We've got Veronica Rodriguez. You'll learn more from my contact, Veronica Rodriguez, and her neighbor. So Veronica is the contact. We don't know how she fits in here yet. And then Eugene Young, who's Veronica's neighbor. Okay. Then we're told here that the police are looking for Chad Wilhelm. He's the prime suspect, and he's missing. Police can't find him. Okay. There's a lot of moving parts. They suggest establishing a timeline. Murder weapon. Let's make a card. What the? I see some of these cards have my notes from previous case on them. Okay. Well, we're going to run out of cards then. All right. So I'm just going to make a card for our notes on the murder weapon. Okay. Feels like that sheet is done. Okay, so here's our note from Veronica, from the Sunset Motel. Dear Mrs. Gray, so she's writing to the PI that hired us. Please help me. Someone close to me was murdered. Let's do it this way. You let me know if you'd like different, if these close-ups are the way to go. I think this is probably going to be the way for both of us, since you can see these very clearly. Okay, I hope. Julian and I met when he was hired to fix up this motel. He looked like an average, hardworking guy, but I know he had the soul of an artist. He saw something in me too, I think. Something more than just another housekeeper. Okay, so Veronica Rodriguez is a housekeeper at the Sunrise Motel. Julian was so different from my ex, Chad. Okay, so Chad is her ex. So Chad, I'm assuming it's Chad Wilhelm, ex of Veronica. Okay. He was so different from my ex, Chad. To think I almost married Chad until he tried to rob a bank. Now he's the main suspect in Julian's murder. So the day before everything went wrong, Chad surprised me with a visit. Okay, so day before he visited Veronica. Okay, so if we're making a timeline, we might want to write that down. Okay, Chad visits Veronica day before. He said he was out on parole, which now I know was a lie. When the cops showed up here after Julian was killed, Chad stole my car and took off. They still haven't found him. Meanwhile, the cops keep coming around to my place, asking if I know where Chad is and why he killed Julian. But I don't know anything. They say that if I don't help them, they'll throw me in jail, but I didn't do anything. Maybe the cops will finally leave me alone if you can help me figure out what happened that day. I thought Chad was in his room the whole time, but he could have slipped out at some point. I just don't know when. I've dug through the trash to try and find clues that might help. I don't have a lot, but I've included as much as I could. My neighbor Eugene is this pretty observant guy who writes songs about guests who come through here. I think his lyrics might give you more insight into the people who were here the weekend Julian died. There are some things that belong to Julian too, like his keepsake box. Eugene found it in the riverbed, which I don't get. Julian kept what he called his little memories in there. I don't think he would have thrown it away like that. Please, you have to help me. I don't want to go to jail. I want to be far away from all of this. Sincerely, Veronica Rodriguez. All right, I like that. I like the way they've set up this case. This woman is being harassed by the cops. They think her boyfriend did it. So she's trying to clear her name, clear her involvement in all this. All right, so we've got a bunch of clues here, including that a lot of Julian's stuff, the guy who was killed, was found in the riverbed, and he wouldn't have done that. All right. Let's move on in order, and maybe we'll organize these. All right, so we've got this thing filled out in the hotel stationery. Let's see what it says. Eugene, at his show all day, came back right after that one cop went after Chad. Chad, pretty sure he was in his room all day. When I went to clean his room around noon, he was there. We argued a while. Loser dad. Hangs back from his family. I think he spent all Saturday at the casino. Saw him go into the casino again Sunday morning. Ragged mom. These are her notes on people at the hotel. So she's just nicknamed Loser dad, Ragged man. Let's say, Ragged mom. Seemed real stiff, gave me the stink eye more than once. Olivia, nice girl, introduced herself to me, a little spoiled, pretty sure she was at some sports thing all day, every day, but she couldn't wait to go home to Santa Cruz. Spaceman, back again, no wife this time, likes his movies, smelled like gin and cigarettes even in the mornings. Poor guy, said he was in the pool Sunday afternoon, but didn't see anyone go in or out of 106. The suit. She was walking around a lot like she was scoping out the place. Stu, my grimy boss, all about the money. I'm not sure where he was all day, maybe hiding from Spaceman. Julian, Sunday I saw him in the morning. I offered to get him a coffee around 8:30. He was just leaving his room then, but I got distracted with work, and the next time I saw him, he was dead. That was around 3:30. Okay, so we've got some timeline stuff here. Okay. So let's just write down some of this stuff. So Sunday. So Veronica sees Julian 8:30 a.m. leaving. And then at 3:30 p.m. seen by Veronica dead. We've got some other timeline stuff here, but there's our Sunday main thing, okay. Saturday at the casino. So she sees him go to the casino. So, I'm not sure where to put this. So Veronica sees Chad. Veronica sees Chad at noon in his room. And then she sees Loser Dad go to the casino in the morning. All right, we'll worry about more details of that later. I guess, well, let me leave this booklet for a little bit later. Since it's so dense, let's look at the incident report. All right, so it's a 3-page incident report from the Garfield Police. Officers Hutch Diggins and Amanda Klein responded to a call made Sunday at 3:52 from the front desk at the Sunset Motel. They arrived on the scene at 4:26 p.m. They met Mr. Stuart Dance, the owner. All right, let's make a note for Stuart Dance, the owner. Owner of the Sunset Motel. In the parking lot, explaining he was the one who called the police. Mr. Dance led officers to room 106, which is not currently rented out. Okay. So Julian Ford is going to be found in 106. Found in room 106. Okay. Upon entry to the room, Officer Diggins and Klein took note of the scene. The room had been undergoing renovations, according to Mr. Dance. Several sections of drywall were removed from the north wall so that the wooden beams and studs were exposed. The furniture in the room had been consolidated and covered in heavy, clear plastic sheet immediately to the left of the door. In the northwest corner, 2 twin beds, a nightstand, and a small dresser with a television and a lamp sitting on the dresser. Several sheets of drywall were propped against the south wall. A toolbox was on the ground in front of the closet door on the east wall. The toolbox was open, and some small screws and other fasteners were strewn around the area. A large work light fastened atop a tripod stand was on in the southeast corner of the room, pointing at the north wall. Officers observed a man, identified by Mr. Dance as Julian Ford, lying on his back on the floor in a pool of blood originating from his head. His right eye was open and his left eye was ruptured. There was a long, tapered smear of blood on his shirt and no other visible wounds. At this point, Officer Diggins asked Mr. Dance if he was aware of anyone else entering the room. Mr. Dance said that the housekeeper living on the premises was the person who had discovered the body. Officer Klein asked Mr. Dance to retrieve the housekeeper for some preliminary questions and to inform the rest of the people staying at the motel to remain in their rooms. Mr. Dance returned with the housekeeper as requested. Officer Klein met the housekeeper outside of room 106, and the housekeeper identified herself as Veronica Rodriguez. She said that she had returned from a long lunch at 3:30, and that was when she went looking for Mr. Ford in room 106. As she was speaking with Mrs. Rodriguez, Officer Klein witnessed a male individual, approximately 5'9" to 6 foot tall, with short blonde hair and athletic build, run out of room 102, get behind the wheel of a gray muscle car, and speed away. Mrs. Rodriguez identified the vehicle as her own and the individual as Chad Wilhelm, the escaped convict from High Desert Penitentiary. Miss Rodriguez explained that Mr. Wilhelm was her ex-fiancé. Officer Klein asked Mrs. Rodriguez if she knew where the fugitive may have headed. Given their history, she denied knowing anything about where he may have headed. Okay. So, he left room 102 somewhere after they arrived, which is 4:26 p.m., so around 4:30 to escape. Okay. All right, next page. Officer Klein then left to pursue the fugitive while Officer Diggins remained at the motel to secure the scene. Time check was 5:09. Okay, so it's not that it seems like it wouldn't matter too much after the murder. An intoxicated man approached Officer Diggins from the pool deck and introduced himself as Richard Cogswell. Okay, here's a new person. Richard Cogswell. My cat is snoring over in the corner. Sarah! Sarah, you're making noise. Okay, let's go back to this. Okay. Introduced himself as Richard Cogswell. Mr. Cogswell verified to Officer Diggins that he had seen the car Mr. Wilhelm had taken being used by Miss Rodriguez earlier in the day. Mr. Cogswell saw Miss Rodriguez leave around 1:30 p.m. right before he went to fitness center. Okay, so she left Sunday around 1:30 p.m., she says, for lunch on Sunday. So, what is an interesting thing to think about there is that we believe Veronica is innocent. Obviously, she wouldn't be calling us into there, but it's not that she needs the alibi for 1:30. It's that this gives an alibi to Cogswell because he saw the car leaving at 1:30 p.m. So we might want to make a note for Richard Cogswell. He sees Veronica car at 1:30 p.m. at motel. Okay. Oh, okay. So here's another note. He says, Mr. Cogswell saw Miss Rodriguez leave at around 1:30 right before he went, and then he went to the fitness center. And then he says, Mr. Cogswell then informed Officer Diggins that his wife's turtle was stolen. Mr. Cogswell was slurring his words. So, wife's turtle, which is this little turtle in this bag here. I guess we can take it out of the bag. His wife's turtle was stolen, huh? That's weird. Okay, there's the turtle. And he's drunk. Sunday at 5 p.m. All right. Then it says, Officer Diggins removed himself from the conversation, spoke with each of the other guests at the motel in turn. Okay. Eugene Young, a long-stay guest, said he was performing at the lounge of the Ambitious Card Casino next to the motel. All right, casino's right next to the motel. Officer Diggins had observed Mr. Young arrive on the scene on foot carrying a guitar case at 5:30 p.m. So 5:30 p.m. Sunday, arrives at motel with guitar. He was walking from the direction of the casino. Okay. Mr. Young said he had become close to the victim since the victim started working on the motel 2 months ago. He believed that the victim harbored an interest in becoming a musician or poet or some kind, and Mr. Young had taken him under his wing. Mr. Young then excused himself to his room. Okay. I got another person here. Candace White. Candace White said that for most of the day she was in the business center making phone calls and working through emails. She appeared worried, and when Officer Diggins asked her why she appeared worried, Miss White said she was concerned about a work-related issue. She said she was involved in commercial real estate. She said she never met the victim. Okay, so she says in business center all Sunday. All right. She's a commercial real estate person. All right, next up, Buck Crabtree. Buck Crabtree said he was at the casino from early in the morning until 11:30 a.m. He says he's in casino from morning to 11:30 a.m. trying to capitalize on good luck from the poker tournament he had won the day before. He returned to the motel because his wife asked him to find their daughter's lost good luck charm. He said he only met the victim when Mr. Ford arrived at the room to check on the AC unit that day. After that encounter, Mr. Crabtree then returned to the casino until his wife and daughter returned. So turtle missing, and now a good luck charm missing. Is our guy doing a little thievery, and did he steal something from someone he shouldn't have? Jonathan Warner says it's good. He can't hear the cat snore. So I guess that's okay. It's a little distracting. It's a little distracting. I can't show it to you. I need to have an extra camera that I can aim around. Okay. He was in poker tournament on Saturday, and he says daughter's good luck charm is missing. We don't know what that is. Whose turtle was it? Where was the turtle? Whose turtle? I wrote it down. Wife's turtle, Richard Cogswell's wife's turtle, and Buck Crabtree's daughter's good luck charm. Okay. All right, now we've got Ava Crabtree. He's the poker guy. Okay, Ava Crabtree said she was with their daughter, Olivia. At a volleyball tournament in Reno. Mrs. Crabtree said that after the volleyball tournament, she took her daughter to get ice cream. She said she didn't know the victim. So, tournament, then ice cream. Okay, if you remember, we have that little ice cream receipt. Okay. At around 6 p.m., Officer Klein radioed to confirm that she had lost sight of the suspect in Reno and was returning to the motel. Separate report to follow. At 5:45 p.m., the medical examiner arrived on the scene. At 6:30 p.m., the body was cleared and taken to the morgue. Officer Diggins returned to the motel Monday afternoon and requested from Mr. Dance the records of guest activity over the weekend. Mr. Dance provided Officer Diggins a printout of electronic lock keycard activity and the invoice for each guest who was checked into the motel at the time of the murder. Officer Diggins again met with Miss Rodriguez and advised her that it is in her best interest to cooperate with police to avoid being charged as an accessory to murder or with harboring a fugitive. Prime suspect Chad Wilhelm is currently at large. He may be armed and should be considered dangerous. All right, here's a crime scene of the photo. So here's our guy, Julian Ford. Julian Ford, signed by the two detectives. We don't have an autopsy report. Let's take a look at this photo. I'm going to give you the super close-up view of it. Hopefully that's a nice close-up view that you haven't had before. All right, what has he got here? He's got this is a drill, electric drill, some fasteners. That's the smear of blood across his shirt. We don't know what that's about. We know he's bleeding from his head. I don't see anything much interesting in this photograph. We've got the plastic, they said. There was an interesting description of the scene of the crime, the drywall off the wall. It made me think, but if he's got fasteners, I was thinking of like a movie where they're hiding stuff in the walls. But it looks like he was just doing his work. This is the real mystery to us, why he's got this blood smear on his shirt, what that's all about. All right, let's organize these three with a little paper clip here. So, for the most part, it sounded like it was just telling us where people were, what their initial alibis were. All right. Here are the invoices for the room. Let's take a look at these. What have we got here? So, room 104, room 103, room 102, and room 105. Maybe we should try to map people to their rooms. So, Julian Ford was found in room 106. We don't know where he lived, but I'm going to make my notes here. 106 is victim Julian Ford's body. That room was being worked on. All right. 102, our notes say, was the room that Wilhelm left from. So if we go back here, it would be nice to write on this, but I'm not gonna write on this. Okay, so he runs out of room 102. So I'm gonna write down 102 is Chad Wilhelm escaped from. Does Veronica say that's her room? She says the vehicle he jumped into was hers. She doesn't say whether he's staying. I guess she's not a guest, so it's not going to be her room. Who else do we have rooms for? An intoxicated man, Cogswell. Doesn't say his room. Eugene Young is a long stay guest. Doesn't say his room. Candace White doesn't have her room. Buck Crabtree doesn't have his room. Okay, well, we don't know those rooms yet. Can we tell anything from these invoices? 104 is 2 nights. 103 is 2 nights. 105 is 3 nights. And 102 is 2 nights. Just weekends. And 106 is not being rented, which makes sense because it's being repaired. And this doesn't seem like any of our long-term guests. Friday to Saturday late checkout. TV movie rental. Sunday. Oh, guest signature. Okay. No, can't really read these signatures. This one wasn't signed. 102. Oh, that's the one he escaped from. So this is Chad Wilhelm's. Let's just take a look at one of these so we can get a good feel for it. He's got 1 key. Wi-Fi access, movie rental on Saturday. Movie rental at 2:22 p.m. This is somewhere we know the guy was killed between 8:30 and 3:30. That's when she saw him. 8:30 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. So we don't have a closer time of death. Okay. Let's see what else we got. Room 105. 105 has 1 key. Friday, Saturday, Sunday. But then it's got a replacement key. So they lost their key. Movie rental Saturday night, Sunday morning, Sunday afternoon. 9 from the minibar. So if we had to guess, this would be our drunk guy. Which was Richard Cogswell. I'm just going to write down possibly room 105 with all those drinks. That seems like a good bet for him. Jonathan says speculation. He knew the killer. He was facing them. Possibly. Okay, what have we got here? room 104, Friday and Saturday. They got charged for late checkout, 2 keys, Friday, Sunday, and then refund for late checkout. I'm not sure what that's all about. Does that mean they didn't have a late checkout? And then we've got room 103, just has got 1 key, and that's it. Okay. No backs to these. Not that much information here. Some little oddities about late checkouts, how many keys, the mini bar. All right, let's look at the key access. I'll tell you something that's a little weird. Like, maybe someone's going to tell us what room they're in. It's a little weird that we're like having to find out what rooms they're in. Maybe the police should have gotten the room numbers for each person. All right, let's take a look at this. We've got this double-sided sheet here. So card number, where was the card we found? Okay, so does this have a card number on it? Yes. All right, let's make a note here. This is our found key card. We think this is going to be Julian Ford's, right? Or at least found in his possession. This is what I'm assuming that Veronica sent us the stuff she got from the trash. We might have to reread that. Do we think this is all her stuff? Let's see. I've dug through the trash to try to find clues that might help. I don't have a lot. Is it everyone's trash or the trash in the room? There are some things that belong to Julian too, like his keepsake box. So it's not clear whether these items, like this key card, are just things she found in the trash or things she found in Julian's. So we don't really know. But let's write down the number here of this key card. 1008 2016. Okay. Let's see if we can find that here. All right, so the first entry is in fact from this card, and it's room 201. Okay, so it opened room 201 at 1:49 p.m. Sunday. Let's see any other entries of this card. Okay, here's another one. So 101, 2:50 p.m. on Sunday. This card is going into multiple rooms, so that must mean it's a maintenance person's card. Any other uses of it? Not really. But it doesn't have him going into 106. That's a little weird. 1008. So this card is used to go into 2 different rooms on Sunday. Is it house cleaning room? Let's see what else we got. I guess maybe we should be writing down these key cards. 6, this is the found one. Okay, 10687221. I'm just going to write down the different cards we see here. 10687220. 2 very close to each other. 104, 104. Yes, these are going to be key cards of the same room. Wait a minute. The same key card is opening multiple rooms. 104, 106, 6, 2016. I just want to make sure my notes are complete here. Two oh one 101, okay. 220 4. Maybe I won't fill out this entire chart till we need it. Pool deck, though. 114. Okay, let's see if we can't use this to get a little more information. We don't need to know what rooms or people are in yet, but let's see here. Let's just make some more notes. 106, I can see what went into room 106. Okay, so key card 1000 001 at 3:46 p.m. This is going to be our housekeeper, I believe, coming in the room at 3:46, discovering the body. Or here's actually another card that got in there at 3:29. 10040180. 3:29 p.m. That's interesting. When did she say? I thought she said at 3:30 or so. So those are two in close proximity. Here's a card coming into room 106 at 2:19 p.m. 10687221 at 2:19 p.m. So either that's our guy coming in at one of these times and then getting killed, or someone coming in and killing him. Let's see what else we've got at 106. Here's more. This card comes in again after the murder at 4:35 p.m. Unless this is Saturday. No, this is still Sunday. All right, well, this gives us some much better timeline of coming in and out of the rooms. We're going to have to return to this in a bit. What if someone stole the key card, says Jonathan, and reprogrammed it? That seems like one of these things where we're overthinking it. I would like to find out. Let's find Veronica. What does she say? Veronica says 3:30 p.m. Veronica says, according to the police report, she returned from a long lunch at 3:30 p.m., and that was when she went looking for Mr. Ford in room 106. Okay, so if we look at this and look at room 106, there's the 3:29. Here she is, presumably coming in with this key card, 104180. So let's write this down. 104180 is Veronica, we think, which we can trace to her at 3:29 p.m. room 106. If we look at her other uses of that card, 104, 180, let's see what we've got. We've got her going back in the room at 343. Is that because she ran and got them and then went back in? And then she's back letting someone else in the room at 355. And then again at 516. Same room. It sounds like she's just letting the police back in there. Then here she is. Okay, so here she is at 8:30 a.m. That's when she said she saw him the first time, right? She said she saw him at 8:30 a.m. Did we find that in her letter or in something else? Or in the police report? So she says she sees him at 8:30, and there she is cleaning his room, I guess, at 8. Oh wait, so yeah, room. Sorry, that's wrong. She's in room 204 at 8:30. And then room 201 at 8:45. And then 100 at 9 a.m. So here she is cleaning the rooms. 202, 104, 103, 102, 101, 204. Okay, so she's cleaning rooms. And our bad guy, Chad Wilhelm, is in room 102, which she was in around noon. Okay, that's fine. So we've got her key card identified. We could probably identify other people. All right, I'm sorry that I've spent so much time on this. We'll come back to it. All right, let's go through these. Let's try to be a little more orderly about this. We've got a bunch of things from the casino. Let's stick with our hotel for the time being. What other evidence do we have that's related to the hotel? Just this stuff. Okay, let's go through our hotel information. So this isn't her key card. Let's look at this maintenance request. Room 104 on Saturday. Please fix the AC in our room. The thermostat won't stay put, and yesterday it got really cold after the sun went down. My wife was in a terrible mood all night. Thanks in advance. Okay, so I guess we're trying to put these people in their rooms. 104 has a bad AC, and it's someone with a wife. Saturday AC repair. I'm thinking this is one of the... I'm thinking our guy who was doing maintenance was stealing stuff. Look at the map on the back of the poster. Good idea. Okay. Well, okay. Can you imagine if you didn't see this, all the trouble you go to finding the rooms? All right, Jonathan has saved us some trouble here because this is telling us where people are. Okay, Stu's apartment is in 100. Laundry 101. Veronica's ex is in 102. This is Eugene, the neighbor of Veronica, the long-term guy. Real business-like, that's our woman, the real estate woman. The obnoxious family's in 104. I see. So some of the people he's just giving nicknames. Old rich man, that's the drunk guy. We think he's in 105. Where they found Julian. Sorry, you need to see this. Huh? Okay. Real businesslike. I think this is going to be Candace's woman. I'm going to write down, is she in room 103 with a question mark? The obnoxious family. Who did we think that was? Room 104 was the AC repair. This is the obnoxious family. And do we think this is the Crabtrees? I think we think this is the Crabtrees. Crabtree? Because that's the one with the daughter, so I'm guessing that's what they're calling the obnoxious family. Okay, old rich man. I think this is going to be Richard Cogswell, the drunk. His wife's turtle was stolen. 106 is where they found Julian. Business center. Okay, so we know the woman said she was in the business center, so let's make a note that her business center, where is she? Candace White. She said she spent her time in the business center, which is number 200. Okay, treadmills, the weight room. Who said they were in the weight room? It was our Richard Cogswell. Said he went to the gym. 201. This is me, 202. So Eugene is in room 202. It says room 203 is empty. Julian is in 204. Okay. So Julian lives in 204. Which completely lines up with her saying she saw him at 8:30 cleaning his room. So he's got a room where he lives, Julian. That's good. That's good to know. Okay. 203 and 205 are empty. Let's make a note of that. Rooms 203 and 205 are empty. Veronica's in 206. Oh, Veronica's room is where the body was found. I see. That's why she's letting people in after the murder a lot. All right. Let's see if anyone has been in 203 and 205 just for the hell of it with the key cards. No one in it there. Okay, no one in either of those rooms, so that looks like total. We don't need to know that information. Or we've got nothing related to it. Okay, so that was actually super useful. Oh, and Stu, Stuart dance? Okay, so he's in room 100. 102 is Veronica. It's X. Alright, so the Crabtrees, we think are the family. So we think they're in room 104. Okay. And there's Candace, who is the businesswoman. Okay. And Cogswell lives in 105. He's the old rich man, commercial real estate woman. This is the obnoxious family. Okay, I'm liking this. Now let's read what the rest of this says here. So first floor, second floor. Okay. And here's the note from Eugene. Gumshoe. Julian was a good kid, and I think he could have had a future in songwriting if he could only figure out the structure. I always told him words count. Don't count your words. Who knows if he listened to an old bag like me? Probably not. Well, I have a few words on this map here, and I hope they count for something. I wish I could tell him I'll miss him. Get the bastard that did this, Eugene. Okay. This is the show. Oh, here's Eugene. All-day launch party at the Ambitious Card Casino. Eugene Young slamming new EP. Bone Dry Bottles. Eugene will be there all day playing these new tunes and your classic Eugene jams. 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. Open mic between Eugene's sets. All right, maybe we'll leave it on this since that was super useful. Okay, and rooms 203 and 205 were empty. I'm just going to make a note. 101 is laundry. 200 is the business center. 201 is the weight room. Okay, so these are our extra rooms. All right, let's look at these guest relation forms. So we've got one from Richard Cogswell and one from Ava Crabtree. Let's see what we got. Okay, so we've got a confirmation about Richard's room. It's in room 105. Does that confirm with what we surmised? Yes. Richard Cogswell, room 105. So that's confirmed. Okay. His phone number is, let's face to face, shall we? Sunday. What's the nature of your complaint? He says, it's rude service. I reserved 106. I've stayed in that room every year for 41 years. I wanted to stay one more time. Remember my wife, but nobody cares. I've been asking since I got here when the room is going to be ready, and I keep getting the runaround. I got here Friday at 7. Now it's Sunday at 3:15. I've been waiting here 15 minutes and no one's at the front desk. What kind of operation are you running here anyway? It's now Sunday at 3:15. So no one at the front desk at 3:15. From 3 p.m. to 3:15. Okay. And the other guests are rude. Ran into some middle-aged, weak-bearded, pretty boy jerk in the laundry room. And he gave me a hard time for bringing my drink in with me. Rude. And my wife's turtle back to me. And get my wife's turtle back to me. Someone stole it. Find out who before I do. That's a pretty great note. The body's in 106, Jonathan. Yes, the body is in 106. The body is in 106, which is Veronica's room. So for some reason, the body's in Veronica's room, not in the room where he was staying. Okay, that was a pretty great note. So what did we learn here? We confirmed Richard Cogswell where he lives. We've also learned that he wanted to stay in room 106, but it's been under maintenance this whole time. And they won't let him stay there because it's under maintenance. We also learned that no one's at the front desk. We also learned someone was in the laundry room. Some middle-aged, weak-bearded, pretty boy jerk in the laundry room, complaining about having his drink. We don't know who that is. All right, what else? What's this other guest form? These are complaint forms. Ava Crabtree's in 104. All right, so let's confirm if that was right about where we think they live. Candace. Okay, the Crabtrees we said were in 104, and yes, they're in 104, so that's confirmed. All right, so we didn't need to figure that out, but there we were. Okay, another rude service complaint but this time from Ava. On Saturday, Julian and that woman who I can only assume was the housekeeper, if you even have a housekeeper, were being very loud outside when I was trying to have some quiet time with my family at night. Please tell them to keep their voices down if they're going to be outside after dark. So our housekeeper is having words with Julian. Loud. Outside Saturday night. That's a little weird. I feel like this housekeeper who hired us is a little fishy. Wonder what they were arguing about. All right. They were being loud outside. Okay. So Richard Cogswell on Sunday says his turtle was stolen. I wonder, it could be the housekeeper stealing things, or it could be our guy stealing things. I just want to look at this again. So they're in room 105. Let's just take a look at this for a second. So it's on Sunday. He's complaining about his wife's turtle being stolen. He's in room 105. So let's just look at room 105 for fun. This is Sunday from 12 to 5:30. It's just continuing 12 to 5:30. Okay. So I want to look at room 105 here. Okay, so we see that the housekeeper, Veronica, got into that room at 10:26 a.m. That's her key card. She's making her rounds. 105. That's the only entry into 105 on our logs. But remember, our logs only cover Sunday, so we don't know anything about Saturday. And when is he filing this? It doesn't have a time. All right. What is this now? This is a do not disturb. I'm stuck in a dream, but so free. Free to be, ready to be cleaned, and he says ready to be. All right, we don't know. We don't know what this is about. This seems like it's just a memento of something. Okay. All right. It looks like these look like time alibis. Let's see what she got here. Saturday. They went in and got ice cream. 3 ice creams, a prickly pear pop, a raspberry fudge, waffle cone, and a jumpin' cholahola. Dine in. 4:19 p.m. on Saturday. All right. Oh, there's a note on the back of this. He's a Meyer, that old captain who keeps to his quarters on a ship in the sand, and if he don't pay his crew, they'll anchor that old ship down, and then no one gets the treasure, but the crew gets out of town. He won't pay his crew anything they're due. He's owed me $50, 5 years now. Is this a song? Who were we given the alibi of ice cream? The Crabtrees, the obnoxious family in 104. All right, let's put that with them then. Let's go back to our police report. I just want to make sure that that's a Saturday alibi. Ava Crabtree said she was with her daughter at a volleyball tournament. After the volleyball tournament, she took her daughter to get ice cream. But that's... the ice cream alibi is for... the ice cream timestamp is Saturday, so I don't know why... I mean, it makes sense that it's for this family of 3, but it's a Saturday receipt, not a Sunday receipt, so... Alright, let's see. Let's just look at some of this other stuff here. It's just a song here. Hunting coyotes. The sun was going down and a man without a crown was clutching to a leash an empty collar. He thought the coyote was mild, but let me tell you, she was wild. Not at all the type to come back at a holler. Well, the man hunts the coyote or the coyote hunts the man, but I'm betting that sly coyote, she's got a plan and the man cannot reckon. Okay. I wish I had a pile of places for stuff that seems... Jonathan says, Veronica's room is 206, not 106, right? Yes. Oh, Veronica's room is 206. Oh, okay. Thanks for clearing that up. All right, so I got that. You're right. The body wasn't found in Veronica's place. You're right. I was wrong. Good. Okay, good point. Veronica's in 206. Body was found below her in 106, which must have been empty and just being repaired. Okay, good. But also look at the picture of Stewart's dance on the keycard timesheet. Pretty nice. Yeah, I noticed that. There's the photo of Stewart. Okay, all right. Thanks for clearing that part up about the body. 106 is where it's found, and Veronica's above it. All right. In the casino napkin, we've got another song. Left, right, and left again. She got no time to fall in lines and lines of words, figures and numbers. She got a kid back home, darling baby girl, all grown up in the world, just out of reach if mom can't bring bank home. Okay, at the casino. And this handwriting is all the same? Looks reasonably the same. All right. What have we got here? Is this our dead body? Does that look like the same person to you? It does to me. But I don't know if it is. It's just a photo, huh? Anything... I mean, this looks like it could be the hotel. Is there anything in this photograph that's a clue for us? Let's go super close up for you. I don't really see anything. Daughter. Woman, daughter. It's certainly not the same outfit he was wearing. All right, we don't know who these people are. Nothing on the back of this. I need a pile for things that are seemingly of no relevance. All right, let's look at Chad Wilhelm's thing here. Police are on a statewide manhunt for Chad Wilhelm, 35, a convicted felon who escaped custody yesterday from High Desert Penitentiary. Prison warden Gregory Manville refused to comment on the possible method of Wilhelm's escape. He's short blonde hair, maybe hitchhiking. Convicted of armed robbery and assault with a deadly weapon after an attempt to rob the Salt Wells, Nevada branch 9 years ago. I'm still leaving open this possibility of stuff hidden in the walls of the hotel room. Okay, so 9 years ago, he's apprehended for an attempted robbery, and he escaped yesterday. This is when he escaped. He showed up at this hotel, renting a room. All right. Maybe we'll put this with him. All right, let's look at some of these we didn't look at. All right, so we've got this and then we've got the book. Let's take a look at this. Or Jonathan says, with regard to the photo, could be the family in the picture went to the sports game. Yeah, it's interesting. Is this, we were told where they were, like one of them went to Santa Cruz, whereas we're in Nevada. I don't know enough about the weather. All right, let's take a look at this. Here's to Stuart Dance, the owner of the motel. I would like to reiterate one last time the position of Jefferson Redmayne Schuster Incorporated with regard to the possible purchase of your property. JRS is prepared to offer you $14.66 per square foot for 1.3 acres for a total of $830,000. Highly interested and motivated to make this transaction a reality. However, it has become apparent that an independent contractor by the name of Julian Ford is as yet unpaid for improvements made to your motel and has threatened a lien on your property. Hopefully you can understand that any property under threat of lien would be a liability that we have no interest in purchasing. That offer is now conditional on the resolution of the matter with Mr. Ford. You have until Monday morning when I'll have to return to my office and report the outcome of this deal to my team. Oh, look, it's Candace White. So Candace, who was nervous about everything, oh, maybe that's why she's nervous, like this is going to cause the deal to fall through. So Candace is trying to buy she's part of the team that's trying to buy this place. Okay, so she's showed up there. There's a lien on the property. A lien is filed by contractors, when they don't get paid. That's what a lien is all about. Okay. Well, she's not a suspect, that's for sure. That would make no sense. All right, let's take a look at this. Jonathan says, I think the napkin note must be into the combination somehow. It has the lines left, right, left. Left, right, and left again. She got no time to fall in lines and lines of words. figures and numbers. She got a kid back home. Yep. I think that's a pretty good guess. All right, let's take a look. This is our last one that we haven't read yet. Let's take a look at this. We want to figure out whose notes this is. This looks like it's Julian's notes. Let's take a look together. Update social media pages with before pics from Motel. Update social media pages with after pics. Wait for full pay. Go through McBride and Associate for lien. Okay, so this is definitely Ford making notes for himself. McBride inappropriate for lien. Estimate $100,000. Wow, he's owed $100,000? Small amounts and then a big $54,000 cost. Yikes. Okay. Room 202, Music Man, fixed hole in wall, 3 hours, $150. New drywall, spackle, primer, paint. 20, 10, 25, 35 is $100. Okay, he's just adding it up. Service 50, total 300. Okay, so who's in room 202? That's Eugene Young, Music Man. Okay. Room 106, here's our room where he was found. Water damage, new drywall, primer, and paint, $800. Okay, so he finished this work in 106. He's got how much hours he spent. So 106 sounds like it's done. All right, 206, Veronica crossed out and he's written Ronnie. So he's made friends with Veronica. New bathroom tile, grout, right above. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so right above is the water damage leaked into 106 from Veronica's room. So we repaired both rooms. Want Your Tricks Free, Part 2. Run over water, but never let the sky drag you into the woods. R-O-N-I, Ronnie. So is he using the first letters of all these words to write something? D-A-A-J-I. No, not in that one. Not in that one. Okay. Room 100. This was our, this is the guy who runs the hotel. Office apartment, electrical outlet, leaky sink, mold, carpet, $3,500. All right, room 101, that's the laundry room. Oh, that's the $54,000 bill. 8 new coin-op washers, 8 new coin-op dryers. So he laid out this money, so he was owed quite a bit. Okay. Room 102. Who's in 102? Where's our map? 102 is, oh, that's Chad. That's the escaped convict. All right. He did repairs there, $2,000. Want Your Tricks Free, Part 3. Ronnie again, R-O-N-I. Real once upon a times never ever seemed to come around in my life. Room 103. That's Candace. That's wait. 103 is Candace, yeah. Sorry, I was just looking. I have written down 200, but that's her business center. All right, 103, he did work in there. He just worked in all of these rooms. 203, he did work. It's empty. Does he note when he's stolen anything? Let's see. Room 104. That's the obnoxious family. Okay. air conditioner. 206, that's Veronica's room. I never thought that I would feel so stuck and so free at once. Your name became the key. Unlock my heart. That's the Ronnie part. R-O-N-I. Meet my memories, share hands, say how do you do and goodbye, and take me with you. I see why she had a connection to this guy. Room 104. Guy who checked in really wants to stay in 106 instead. Careful. Room 106. More water damage. 5 foot from the back. So he repairs water damage in 106. And then he repairs 206 above that caused the damage. And then here he is back repairing 106 again. More water damage 5 feet from the back. Okay, here we go. Here's a note about the turtle. Turtle lost in the desert sand, hidden and forgotten, or did you finally see there was no race to win? Room 104, cranks, AC check, 1 hour service. 104 AC unit, so it's got a brand new AC unit, 104, and then 104. Well, I have to say it's quite fascinating that I feel like we've gone through the documents carefully. I mean, we haven't tried to open the thing. We haven't tried to find the code somewhere. But it's quite interesting that we've now gone through it and don't have many leads. I mean, the keycard access seems like a big, rich treasure to mine in terms of seeing who's come in and out of what rooms. And we haven't studied in depth these invoices. The invoices timeline, those seem quite like they could have some good stuff. The record book, yes, we have to study that. We're going to look for his code in the record book, I'm thinking. We've got some alibi stuff, the gaming vouchers. Maintenance request for the air conditioner. Very interesting. All right, well, I think what we'll do is we'll take a little 5-minute break now. And then we'll see if we can't maybe find a 4-digit code. I mean, R-O-N-I, he says here, right? He's written twice, Ronnie, Ronnie, Ronnie. And here he says, where does he say last time he meets her? Your name became the key, unlock my heart. Your name became the key, unlock my heart. So I'm thinking R-O-N-I is going to be related to our combination here, but we have to figure out how you would translate R-O-N-I to these numbers. Just a theory, just an idea. But we'll take another 5-minute break, and we'll come back and we'll see if we can't get back into it. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Welcome back. You're watching Co-op for Two, and we are continuing our playthrough of Murder at the Motel. Look at the back of the article about Chad. Funny article. Jonathan says, giraffe kills. You can read this? Giraffe kills man. Trampled to death last night when an escaped giraffe charged into his backyard hot tub. He just settled into his oaken tub when the animal burst through a fence, ran straight at him. Creature stumbled into the hot tub and frantically attempted to escape, trampling Wallace Gronk in the process. That's pretty funny. So, I have to say, I am so far very intrigued by this game. And I'll tell you what jumped out at me. Like, in all of these games we've played, you're trying to find the culprit, right? And they all share this in common. Find the person with the motive, the means, the opportunity, all that. And the format for these games is like, everyone has a good motive. Everyone has opportunity, and you're just trying to like find some contradictions to disprove them. In this game so far, we have no idea what murder weapon. No one has a motive. No one has a motive. We do not understand what's going on here. And it's kind of fascinating that we've been through so many documents and have not yet got much of a clue about motive. Let's see if we can't get into this box here. Let's take a look at the documents that are related to our guy that he would have left notes on. So we know he's writing these things. He's writing, see if we can't organize this a little better. We know he's writing notes. He's writing music. We don't know if that's him. Anything else that he's written on? I mean, is this him? We don't know. Any other writing from our guy? There was one thing that had writing on the back of it. Oh, we should probably take another look at this too. Let's look at this before we go back into that. This is Veronica's notes. Eugene at his show all day. Chad, I think he was in his room. When I went to clean his room, he was there. We argued. Loser dad hangs back from his family. I think he spent all Saturday at the casino. Right, that's our... Let's see, if we go to these people, I just want to... That's the obnoxious family and what Veronica calls loser dad. It's interesting how these different people refer to them differently. Who is... Oh, the ragged mom seemed real stiff, gave me the stink eye more than once because she thinks someone stole her daughter's turtle. Olivia, nice girl, introduced herself to me, a little spoiled, pretty sure she was at some sports thing all day, every day, but she couldn't wait to go home to Santa Cruz. So, I mean, you might guess this is the only daughter we've heard about. So is this going to be Olivia, The spoiled dad who keeps himself separated from the family a bit. And the wife. So Buck Crabtree, Ava Crabtree. Why do we have a photo of them? But I think that might be them. I'm just going to put these together for now. Spaceman. Back again. No wife this time. This is our Richard Cogswell, the drunk guy. Oh, he's the guy with the turtle. It's the wife's lucky charm is missing. Smelled like gin, cigarettes. Even in the morning, poor guy said he was in the pool Sunday, but didn't see anyone go in and out of 106. Right, that's the guy who was in the pool. The suit, this is our Candace White. Walk around a lot like she was scoping out the place. That makes sense because we know that she was part of the, she was going to buy it. Sue, my grimy boss, all about the money. I'm not sure where he was all day, maybe hiding from Spaceman. Julian, saw him in the morning at 8:30, offered to get him coffee. He was just leaving his room, but I got distracted with work, and the next time I saw him, he was dead. That was around 3:30. Okay. I think that our guy was stealing stuff, and that when we open his stuff, we're going to find the stolen lucky charm that he stole. The fact that it's locked with his key means we know anything in here he really did take. But that's going to give people a motive to kill him, too, if he was stealing stuff from them. Although, why was the turtle not in there if he was stealing these things? All right. Let's see if we can't figure out the combination to get in there. Is there anything else? There was something else that had stuff written on it. I know this did, yes. No, this had writing, but was there anything else? I don't want to miss some writing on the back of something. These forms. Okay. That looks like this is what we've got on our hands from our guy, Julian Ford. And of course, this is all useful information, but let's see if we can't figure out this. I think RONI, which he's written. So let's look at these. If I had to guess, obviously there's lots of options here, but if I had to guess, he's got Veronica Ronnie, RONI, and then he's repeating it in a bunch of different places with different songs. RONI, and then here it is again. Want your tricks for free, part 3, Ronnie, RONI. And then here he says, I never thought that I would feel so stuck and so free at once. Your name became the key, unlock my heart. Meet my memories, shake hands, say how do you do and goodbye, and take me with you. So that sounds to me like he's talking about the key to his box. Turtle lost in the desert, hidden and forgotten, or did he finally see there was no race to win? So RONI. Want your tricks free, part 2. Where's part 1? Want your tricks free, part 3. Run over the water, but never let the sea drag you into the clouds. 1, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 3. If we care about numbers of words. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. All of his poems about Ronnie fit that pattern. 1, 4, 6, 3. I think that's what it's going to be. Jonathan says, looked at my screenshots. If you compare the debit number on the casino voucher, it matches the number on the bill for 104. So the dad was at the casino at 11:20. Okay, that sounds reasonable to me. We don't know when he was killed yet. Somewhere between 8:30 and 3:30. So, okay, but I think this is going to be our key, by the way. 1, 4, 6, 3. Shall we give it a try? One, 4, 6, 3. Okay. So that was the code. Not the most difficult code. It even reminded us somewhere it was telling us about counting lines or something. Okay. We got the code. I suppose we should write it down somewhere in case we need it. So the code was 1, 4, 6, 3. Okay, well, that's the code done. Let us see now. Jonathan Warner says, good job with the Ronnie code. Thank you. Let us see now what is in this tin that we'll have at the end of the game to keep. All right, you ready? Here we go. This business card, JFC. Oh, something's written on it. It says, I didn't realize how careful I needed to be. I guess you stalked me online. I can't be any more clear. I'm relocating somewhere far away. New phone, don't bother. And I found someone to go with me. You and I were a one-time mistake. Go back to California. Whoa. And here's a key from the casino. Wow, it's a heavy piece of metal. Is this the daughter's? So I think it's this family now. Was he having an affair with the wife? Or, well, that's a little confusing. Right, let's think this out. So this is done. Okay. Is that the murder weapon? I don't see any blood on it. But this looks like this could be blood. But how could it be? There's a fingerprint. That's a bloody fingerprint smudge. Can you see that? I don't know if you can see that there's a fingerprint, but it's kind of like Yeah, it's faint fingerprint there. This does not have bought in it though. It says Ambitious Card Casino. Oh, it's a, look at that. It's a bottle opener. It's a bottle opener. Hmm. Well, we know people that are from California because, so remember the writing by our guy, Veronica's writing about how there's this family and the husband is standoffish from the wife and daughter. And they're talking about Santa Cruz. So Buck Crabtree said he was at the casino early in the morning trying to capitalize on good luck from the poker tournament he won the day before. He returned to the motel because his wife asked him to find their daughter's lost good luck charm. He said he only met the victim when Mr. Ford arrived at the room to check on the AC. Until that day after the encounter, Mr. Crabtree then returned to the casino until his wife and daughter returned. Ava Crabtree said she was with their daughter at the volleyball tournament in Reno, Nevada. Who is the person telling us they want to go back to California here? Is it this one? She couldn't wait to go home to Santa Cruz. Loser dad hangs back from his family. I think he spent all Saturday in the casino. Saw him go into the casino again Sunday morning. Jonathan says, is the key the good luck charm? Is this bottle opener the good luck charm? Remember that it's in Julian Ford's possession, locked up, which were thrown away into a riverbank. So it's definitely not the murder weapon. Can we read again? Let's take a look at our intro stuff again. I want to see how this was described. Let's look at some of this. I've dug through the trash to find clues that might help. Eugene is this pretty observant guy who writes songs about the guests who come through here. So is it Eugene writing songs? I think his lyrics might give you more insight into the people who were here the weekend Julian died. There are some things that belong to Julian too, like his keepsake box. Eugene found it in the riverbed, which I don't get. Julian kept what he called his little memories in there. I don't think he would have thrown it away like that. So these are his little memories. These two are the only things that are in there? All right, let's see. Figure out who had a motive to murder him, who could have been with him at the time of his death. The murder weapon hasn't been found yet. If you can figure out what it is, that would be a huge help. And how was his body described? Where did it describe blood on his head? Okay. Entry to the room. The room had been undergoing renovations. Boy. Don't you think it's Veronica? Like, or we're going to have to come down to this card and figure out who he was stalking and all that. Okay. The room had been undergoing renovations. The toolbox was open, some small screws and other fasteners. Pointing to the north wall. Okay, so let's read this. Officers observed a man identified by Mr. Dance as Julian Ford lying on his back on the floor in a pool of blood originating from his head. His right eye was open and his left eye was ruptured. There was a long tapered smear of blood on his shirt and no other visible wounds. His right eye was open. His left eye was ruptured. So, shot through the eye with something, or stabbed through the eye with something, or stabbed through the eye with this, with something like this. Left eye ruptured. Let's take a look at that. Yeah, okay. So it's a little hard to see, but his left eye is fully ruptured. I think that's what he's bleeding out from, his eye. Can we try to understand this? Jonathan says, I'm thinking he was having an affair with the wife of the family, somehow wound up with daughter's good luck charm. I almost think that maybe she stabbed him in the eye with the key, cleaned it on his shirt, and put it in the box and threw it in the river, but that doesn't seem quite right. Okay, let's look at this card and try to understand it, because I want to understand who's writing this. If it's his card, it's his card, right? It's got blood on it, so it does make you think that whoever put it in there. Oh, okay. So help me understand who's writing this card. This is definitely fingerprint in blood, by the way. Or it's definitely a fingerprint, and I think it's blood. That does suggest that someone... Okay, let's read it. That does make me think more that someone wiped this, put that in there after he died, but that defeats the whole point, doesn't it? Like, they couldn't without knowing his key, without knowing his code. It has to be him that did it. All right, let's look. I didn't realize how careful I needed to be. I guess you stalked me online. So he is in his notes. Where's our notes? He is quite familiar with online stuff. His note says, update social media pages. And he seems to be in love with Ronnie. Unlock my heart, meet my memories, shake hands and say how do you do and goodbye and take me with you. All right, okay. I guess you stalked me online. I can't be any more clear. I'm relocating somewhere far away. New phone, don't bother. And I found someone to go with me. You and I were a one-time mistake. Go back to California. Okay, so that's it. The wife stalked him. The wife stalked him, found him on social media because he was posting about his job. He runs into her at the hotel. He writes her this. He writes the wife, Ava, this note, gives it to her, slips it under her thing, whatever. She finds it. He's saying, I found someone else. Go back to California. He could be writing to the guy or the girl. But it's one of the members of that family. He's leaving. He left this card with them saying, you're stalking me, go away. They then confronted him, killed him, wiped the key off on his shirt or something, put this card and the murder weapon in his memory box and dumped it in the river. They somehow knew his code. And then the husband is saying that this has gone missing. Let's look at that a little more. I'm very disturbed by the idea that someone knows how someone could have locked this memory box. Unless he did it as his dying thing. But okay, I like how that's looking. So let's go study everything we can about that husband and wife and find out which one was where, which one could have done it. All right, so let's look at this stuff. Let's look at these two. I don't like the part about who could have locked it up, but I do like this family as our thing. And let's see if we can convince ourselves it's the woman and not the man. No note in his book about them, huh? What room are they in? 104? Let's see if he has any notes of 104. 104. No notes. Nothing. All right, nothing in here about 104. Let's see if any of his poems were about here. I can't tell if these are Eugene's poems. I think these are Eugene's poems. Um, this is interesting. Hunting coyote. The sun was going down and a man without a crown was clutching to a leash and empty collar. He thought the coyote was mild, but let me tell you, she was wild. Not at all the type to come back on a holler at a holler. Well, the man hunts the coyote or the coyote hunts the man, but I'm betting that sly coyote, she's got a plan that the man cannot reckon. All right, let's look. Here's Ava Crabtree. Ah, we've got Crabtree's handwriting. Is that important for us? No, because this we think he wrote to her. All right, but let's read what she says for clues to see if we're right that it's her. On Saturday, Julian and that woman, who I can only assume was the housekeeper, were being very loud outside when I was trying to have some quiet time with my family at night. Please tell them to keep their voices down if they're going to be outside after dark. Is she just jealous? Is that what it is? Notice she knows the guy. She knows him by his first name, Julian. That seems fishy. That seems fishy that she knows his name and she's referring to him by his first name. That's a clue. I think that's her. That's our guy. That's our woman. Yeah, that's gonna be our woman. That's it. All right, now let's look at this request by that couple. Please fix the AC in our room. The thermostat won't stay put, and yesterday it got really cold after the sun went down. My wife was in a terrible mood all night. Yeah, she's in a terrible mood because she's trying to get back with this guy. All right. Do we have a more precise time of death? When did Julian enter 106? Yes, we're gonna sort all that out, Jonathan. I think that's gonna give us some big clues. But I did want to look a little bit more at the documents we've got from them, and then we're gonna alibi the husband and find the woman. Olivia's a nice girl, a little spoiled. She was at some sports thing all day, every day, but she couldn't wait to go home to Santa Cruz. The loser dad hangs back from his family. I think he spent all Saturday in the casino, so I'm going to the casino again Sunday morning. Okay. I want to look at this stuff a little bit more. So let's look at the Crabtrees in room 104 just to see what we've got from their invoice. Anything interesting? So they're staying 2 nights, Friday and Saturday. They're the room that did a late checkout, and then they got refunded for the late checkout. Watched a movie on Friday. Watched a movie Sunday at noon. Refund late checkout. How do you make sense of that? What does that mean, refund late checkout? Meaning they didn't check out properly. And they came back and said, yes, we really did check out. I'm not sure how to make sense of that. All right, let's take a look at this more carefully. There's our photo. I think that's going to be mother, daughter, husband. Still let's not rule out that it could be the husband, but I think that part about the wife being in a foul mood makes me think it's the wife. Anything in this picture? Tell us anything? Not really. All right, let's take a look at this ice cream thing. What are we supposed to take from this? It's Saturday. Are we going to find out that the husband was at the casino on Saturday and so wasn't the person? And why did they get two of these jumpin' cholaholas? A prickly pear pop, a raspberry cone, and two jumpin' cholahola, whatever that is. Does that mean 4 people went there? Oh, here is the back of the writing. He's a miser, that old captain who keeps his quarters. All right. All right, let's try to make some alibis for this couple that lives in 104. Jonathan says, I'm pretty sure the husband was at the casino at 11:20. Okay, so let's take a look. Let's take a look. We've got his gaming voucher. Sunday at 11:20. Okay, so we know he's at the casino, which is right across the street, at 11:20. All right. 11:20 on Sunday. That's that. I think what we should do is we should narrow down time of death by looking at cards here. So if we look at 106, where's our list here? Maybe we start a new one. All right, so room 106, where he was found dead. Here are the cards that are getting into 106. 10687221. 1 p.m. I guess we should start here. Okay. Okay. So the first entry that day is at 2:19 p.m. Sunday. So I think we've got his time of death being at 2:19 p.m. or later. The next entry into his room is by 1:04:01:80 at 3:29 p.m. Sunday. Okay, so I think this means our time of death is between 2:19 and 3:29. So it's only an hour-long window. We know that this one is Veronica the maid, the house cleaner. I'm thinking this one, 221, is going to be our guy coming in at 2:19 p.m. on Sunday. Let's see if we can't verify that. Is that going to be the found key card? No, it's not. The found key card, and where have I placed that card? Yeah. Okay, the found key card is 2016. Okay, Julian lives in 204. Let's see if we can't Someone could have taken his card from him after they killed him. 1040180. That's our maid. He comes into room 204 at 8:30. She sees him. And then she's back in his room at 1:15 p.m. Why would that be? Why is the maid back in his room at 1:15? It's a little weird. Or did she say... Yeah, no, I don't know. All right. So, but we think the time of death is somewhere between 219 and 319. If this is his card, 1068 7221. Let's see where else it is. It's in room 104 at 2:15. So here he is. Look at this. This is the crab trees. They're in 104. So our guy is actually in their room at 2:19 p.m. to 2:15 p.m. Then he goes right to right to the workroom. So look at that. Do you see that? Here's where he goes into the workroom at 106 before he gets killed down here at 3:29. Between 2:19 and 3:29, he's killed. Look where he is right before that. Room 104. The woman's, the family's room. He's there 4 minutes before he goes and leaves. So he walks in there, he throws her the card, and he leaves. He walks out, and she follows him. All right, let's see what else is going on with room 104. Here she is back in her room at 2:27, 104. And then 2:52 is... All right, wait a second. 104, our guy uses to come in their room, leaves the card on their... Leaves the card somewhere. Oh, I wonder if... Let's... I think this is feeling good to me, but let's not eliminate the possibility that the husband comes and sees the card and kills him. All right, but okay, look. Our guy, which I think is 221, I think this is Julian, he keys into their room, the family's room, at 2:15. And then he goes and starts working in 106. He keys into the room at 2:15. He leaves this card. He walks right over to 106 and starts working. That's the last time he's ever seen from. The occupants of 104, the family, checks in at 2:27 p.m. into their room. They find the card. They go into 101 right after, which is the laundry room. And I believe the maid then runs into them in the laundry room. No, she said she... Yeah, who... Who did she see she ran into? Didn't she say she ran into someone in the laundry room? The maid says she'd returned from a long lunch at 3:30. She went looking for him in 106. I'm pretty sure someone told us that they ran into someone in the laundry room. When was that? Jonathan, do you remember? Yes, I think you're right. So you think I've gotten it wrong with? I had that. Okay. You maybe you're right. Maybe I've. Well, look. There's only two options here. Either 7221 is our guy and he checked himself into both rooms, or the guests in 104 can get into 106. That doesn't make sense. Like this key code, 10687221, is getting into room 104 and 106. How would that be possible if it wasn't a maintenance key code? All right, well, let's see if we can track down who owns what key codes, because it is important. I was just assuming that had to be our guy. Let's find the key codes of the husband and wife. Let's find the key codes of the husband and wife. So for 104, where's our room 104? Okay, 104 is where they live. Room 104. Let's find out what key codes are entering 104. Here's 104 entered with 1040180. This is the maid's key. Sunday, 11 a.m. Okay. Now, 10687220, 11:30 a.m. Here again, 10687220, same key at 12:04 p.m. And we've got 10687221 at 2:15 p.m. and then 10687220 at 2:27 p.m. and 10687220 2:52 p.m. 1:04:139 at 3:55 p.m. and then 1:04:139 at 4:33 p.m. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 different key cards getting into room 104 where the couple lives. They were issued 2, right? So 4 key cards coming into the couple's room. They're issued 2. The maid has 1. That's this one. That's the 1080. That's the maid. She just comes in the morning. I think those, Jonathan, you are making a logical assumption that the cards for 104 are the husband and wife, neighboring cards. But I don't think that's right, because we've got 3 cards coming into their room. 1 card keys into the room only once. It's at 2:15 p.m. And that same card then immediately goes into 106. The other 2 key cards have this time pattern. One is used at 11:30, 12, 2:27, 2:52. The other card is used at 3:55 and 4:37. 4:33. 4:33. 4:33 and 3:55. Okay. What were we told about Saturday is useless to us? What were we told about these people? He was at the casino from early in the morning until 11:30. He returned to the motel because his wife asked him to find their daughter's lost good luck charm. He said he met the victim when Mr. Ford arrived at the room to check on the AC unit that day. $11:30, he comes back. If that's true, he was at the casino until 11:30. That's Buck Crabtree. $11:30. He returned to the motel. He only met the victim when Mr. Ford arrived at the room to check on the AC. So that would be our guy arriving there at 2:15 p.m. Then he goes back to the casino until his wife and daughter returned. But that's not true. Can we put his wife and daughter at the casino at 3:55? Eva Crabtree, she was with her daughter at a volleyball tournament in Reno. After the tournament, she took her daughter to get ice cream. Boy, this sure... Jonathan says, this is murky. They got refunded their late checkout, so by 3, there could be a new occupant in 104 and a new key code. This this receipt is really confusing me because sure sounds like this should say Sunday. The wife says after the volleyball tournament, she took her daughter to get ice cream. Like if this was a Sunday instead of a Saturday. Then this would be her alibi, but it does say Saturday. I think we need to understand this timelines as best we can. 3 keys go into 104. 1 key is going in and out of there. Now I'm thinking the husband did it. The husband says he's at the casino until 11:30, right? At 11:30, he says he's at the casino till 11:30. Early morning till 11:30. Then he returns to the motel. Now to look for his wife's things. Now look at what happened. I think he came home and found that card. I think he came home and he was searching for the good luck charm and he found this card. And he got enraged and went and killed the guy. So look at the timeline of coming into 104. At 11:30, exactly when he says he comes back, this key code at 11:04, the husband, she's taking the daughter on a trip. At 11:30, this key code, 7220, checks in, opens the room 104, right? Right when he says he comes back. And now there it is again at 12. But then look who comes in. Yeah, there it is at 12. Okay, so there he is at 12, back in his room. Same key code. It's there at 11:30. Then it's there at 12 noon. Then at 2:15, another key comes into the room. I think that's our guy. That's our worker, Julian. I think he's coming there to repair the air conditioner, to check on the air conditioner. In fact, I think here's our entry, cranks. They're cranks. He came in, there was nothing wrong with it. That's his last entry. That's his last entry. So our guy, 7221, comes in, he checks the air conditioner, he meets the husband who's there, who says he met him. The husband says he met our victim when he came to check the air conditioner. And that's going to be at 2:15. And he records that there was really nothing wrong with it. Then our husband, sorry, that's at 2:15. Then our guy goes right, 5 minutes later, goes right into 106 to start working. Our husband, who got back at 11:30, I think he met up with it. We met up with our guy when he came into the hotel, came into his room at 2:15. He goes and the husband goes and kills him in 106 because now he is checking back in at 2:27 p.m. and then back in again at 2:52. And then the wife comes home at 3:55. Yeah, maybe this ice cream is it's the wrong day. All right. But this is the next key code is kicking in at 3:55. So, Jonathan, you made a very logical assumption that the two key codes of husband and wife would be neighboring, but you're pointing out that did their key code get changed because they came back? All right. I think it's very important for us to figure out if this 7221 is Julian's. So let's see what other use of 7221. No other use of it. No other use of 7221. Jonathan says the receipts could be anyone's found in the trash. You think it's just a red herring, huh? It is for 5 items. It's on a Saturday. All right, let's just say it's on a Saturday, so it's useless to us. 105 has a replacement key. 104. Late checkout. Refund on late checkout. So I think he spent all Saturday at the casino. Saw him go into the casino again Sunday morning. Yeah, so I'll give you my theory. Is there a key that goes to Julian's room? That's a good question. All right, let's see. Julian was in 204. So the maid comes into 204 at 8 a.m. The maid goes back in at 1:15 p.m. Don't know why. And that's it. No more coming into his room. We know he was killed between 2:19. Yeah. Okay, look, let's be reasonable. Jonathan says, maybe the maid and the handyman have the same card number? No, I don't think that makes sense. I think someone else has 104 after 3 p.m., and that's the fourth number. Oh, that's an interesting theory. So you're saying the reason... Here's the thing, though. How can one of their keys let them into 106? Like, if your theory is that this key, 106872221, belongs to the husband or the wife, then your theory has to be that it happens to open room 106. Doesn't it make more sense that the maintenance guy's keys can open all the rooms? I mean, I agree with you that it's very bizarre. Jonathan says 7220 goes to the laundry room at 2:35 right after. Yep. Yep. I go right to the laundry room. Where was the thing about the laundry room? Think we need to find that. We need to find the part where someone says they met someone in the laundry room and when they were in a bad mood or something. Okay, the intoxicated room guy came from the pool deck. Flying creature. I think the husband came home and was searching for the daughter's lost good luck charm and came across this card and went to confront him. And when he confronted him, he had this on him. And in the heat of anger, he stabbed him. And this was wiping off the blood. Yeah. All right. Saturday. My wife is in a terrible mood all night. There are some things that belong to Julian too, like his keepsake box. Eugene found it in the riverbed, which I don't get. What's the deal with this card? 2016. Whose card did we decide this was? It's going into 201 and 101. It's going into the weight room and the laundry room. What does that mean? 201, which is the weight room. 101 at 250. Is it a complete red herring, this card that we found in the trash? It's just a card. It's just a random card. I don't think it's related to our case at all. It's very confusing, Jonathan, that the two key codes are right next to each other. Let's see, what was our other two key room? No, 104 has two keys. Everyone else has one key. late checkout. Let me suggest something. A late checkout, if they thought they had a late checkout, that would mean they wouldn't reprogram the key. If they thought they were still in the hotel. I don't know what that means, though. I'm a little troubled by not... I'm troubled by having this memory of seeing someone talking about meeting someone in the laundry room and not being able to find that. Am I imagining that? Jonathan, do you remember something about meeting someone in the laundry room? Ah, here we go. It's Richard Cogswell in his note complaining on Sunday. He says, it's now Sunday at 3:15 p.m. I've been waiting for 15 minutes. Look what he says here. The other guests are rude, ran into some middle-aged, weak-bearded, pretty boy jerk in the laundry room, and he gave me a hard time for bringing my drink in with me. Rude. Yeah, you know what he was doing. He was washing up and the blood off his hands and was saying, like, don't come in, don't come in, don't come in. Right? That's what just happened. That's what just happened. He was like, you can't come in here, you can't come in here. What do you think about that theory, Jonathan? So I think we got it here. Yeah, that feels good to me. I like this theory. He's in love with Veronica. The wife comes with the husband on this trip. He gives her this card. She stores it in her possessions. The husband comes home from gambling at 11:30. He's told to look for this missing good luck charm. He's got this in his pocket from the casino. He finds this card that our guy wrote to the wife saying, you've stalked me, stop following me. I found someone else. He finds that and he goes into a rage that his wife has brought them here to have this affair, trying to get back together with him or something. So he meets the guy when the guy comes in to change the air conditioning, he follows him back to 106. He stabs him in the eye with this, which would kill him. Very sharp and heavy metal. He wipes it off. He must pick up the tin, close it, and then throw it in the river and then go back to his room. Jonathan asks, 7220 never goes into 106 at the right time. 7220 never goes into 106. No, it goes to laundry room. And then it goes back to their room. No, the only one going into 106 is that one key. I'm less disturbed by the key card stuff as I am by how does our murderer put this in the lockbox, but the key codes being right next to each other is confusing, but that's the only reason. All right, let's see. Jonathan Warner says, does the husband just have both key cards for himself and his wife? I think they just dumped the lockbox content into the trash. Yeah, but then he would have had to lock it. He would have had to stuff that into it. No, it wasn't in the trash. It was in the river, right? There were some things that belonged to Julian too, like his keepsake box. Eugene found it in the riverbed, which I don't get. Julian kept what he calls his little memories in there. I don't think he would have thrown it away like that. Yeah. It says, she went through the trash to find some clues. I've included as much as I could. My neighbor is an observant guy. He wrote some lyrics about the guests who come through here. His lyrics might give you more insight into the people who were here the weekend Julian died. So maybe we should look at that again. But there are some things that belong to Julian too, like his keepsake box. Eugene found it in the riverbed. So our guy must have put the stuff in there and then thrown it away. Yeah, unlocked when he was murdered and then locked it up. I guess so. Maybe he even found Julian was stole the turtle and the good luck charm in that box, and he like opened it up, took the stuff out of it. Or that's just a red herring. So how do we know the wife didn't do it? Because the husband is found in the laundry room washing up, saying, don't come in here. It's the husband's thing, bottle opener. makes more sense that the husband would do it. Why can it not be the wife? It can't be the wife because the wife is traveling with the daughter. She's away. I think that this ice cream receipt is a misprint of the box and it's supposed to say Sunday. And it gives us the alibi for the wife. Well, she is lying about knowing the... Look at this also. This just confirms our thing about the alibi. Look at this, what it says here. This is Veronica writing. She's talking about the mother. She says, the ragged mom seemed real stiff, gave me the stink eye more than once. Why? Because she's upset that Veronica is messing with her man. Messing with the guy that she stalked. So the only thing to consider is if all right, so it's definitely the couple, right? We're in a complete agreement that it's got to be this couple. She is stalking. We think it's her, right? I think it's her. But I suppose because our guy is hooking up with Veronica, we're going to assume he's not gay. And that's why she's mad and stink eye. Okay, so he was having an affair. Julian was had at one time an affair with her. She stalked him, came back. Okay, so now the only thing to figure out is, could it be her that killed him? But no, because we see him in the laundry room. Yeah, and he's found in the laundry room washing up. All right, I think we're ready to solve this. I think we take a 5-minute break. We come back, we solve it. So you got 5 minutes to think about whether we missed something, whether something is slightly off. So 5 minutes. Welcome back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We're about ready to try to solve this case of the murder at the motel. I feel pretty good about most of it, and I think there are some interesting, subtle things. Jonathan says, at the last time as we were signing off, Jonathan was saying, yeah, I think the husband murdered him and for some reason had 2 key cards. And I asked Jonathan, why do you think 2 key cards? He says, husband 7220 was in his room. Handyman 7221 entered his room. They argued or talked. Handyman leaves, goes to 106, and husband either pushed his way in or follows him. Yes, I think that's right. It's a little bit of a cheat that they have neighboring key codes. But if you're willing to buy that, which is a little tricky to buy, but if you can buy that the handyman has a 1 key code off the husband, then it makes sense that the husband only has the 1 key code. And in fact, the wife comes and checks herself in with the different key code. So yeah, I'm not sure why. That's very confusing that the key codes are right next to each other. But the alternative is that one of the wife's key codes can get her into, the husband of the wife can get into the 106 room that they're working on. And if you did believe that, you'd have to believe that the handyman doesn't have a key code at all. So like the only way it makes sense is if that's the handyman's key code, the guy got killed is 7221. Yeah. That's a fault. Maybe we'll discuss that in the game. Assuming we're right, that's a bit of a cheat by the game. There were some subtle things about the husband and wife that I liked. Maybe we can talk about it, assuming we're right. Like I like that she gives away that she's mad, that she's jealous, so that we know it's not the husband that's having the affair, it is her. But I think we are ready to try to answer this. So here's the question we have to decide now. Do we open this up? Do we open this up for the exciting reveal? Or do we go look at the hints first to find out if we're right before we open this? I think in this case, normally I've become enamored of the idea of when you think you're ready to solve it, go read the hints and confirm that you're right. But in this one, it just feels like there's not that much more it could be. I don't know. What do you think, Jonathan? Should we open it up and look at the solution, or should we go to the hints and make sure it said spoiler-free hints? Or should we go to the hints and see if we missed anything big before we open it up? That's our decision. Let me just give you here's a little teaser. If we do go to the website, here it is. Jonathan says, how do you like this little inset with a circle? It's pretty fun though. Jonathan says, after all the drama of key cards, I've just opened it. We're at peak drama. All right, let's do it. Let's open it. If we're wrong, we'll go to the hints. Here we go. Opening it up. Do not open until you're sure you know who the killer is. Okay, I think we're pretty sure. It's got to be the husband. Okay. That's it, just a tiny little sheet here. Let's get some drama here. Congratulations on putting Buck Crabtree behind bars. So we were right. It was the husband, Buck Crabtree. He didn't care about his family, but still felt possessive enough to murder Julian Ford in a fit of rage. What if Julian just told Ava it was over to her face instead of passing her that note? Eugene Young's going on tour soon. He thanks you for your help. Chad was also caught and returned to his cell. Looks like JRS pulled their offer when they found out there was a murder, and Stuart Dance is still stuck with the hotel for now. I've heard Veronica got her car back and the cops left her off the hook. She wants to thank you too. I think that finally closes the book on this case. Great work, Michelle Gray. All right, so we got it right. It did not ask us for the murder weapon. It didn't ask us for any of that stuff. I assume now you can go to the website and you're going to get asked about that? That's a little bizarre, isn't it? Why is this the only thing in there and it doesn't ask about the murder weapon? All right, let's go to the website and see what we can see. All right, so there was the exclusive epilogue. Hints and reveals. I want to see what that means. Hints and reveals. Password. What did it want for password? Let's see. It says password is vacancy. Opening the solution envelope, vacancy. Okay. Welcome to the Murder at the Motel Hints and Reveals. To unlock hints and reveals, sign up. Huh? We have to sign up to get hints and reveals? What the hell? Really? That's it? Alright, just had to put in some bullshit. So click here for the epilogue. How to use the hints and reveals. Okay, so here are the hints. Well, there's lots of nice stuff in here. I mean, lots of little things. Let's see what this is all about. Select an item below to display a drop-down box that has info about only the selected puzzle. Hint items help you crack a code or puzzle. Reveal items are the solution to those codes or puzzles. Hints help you. Reveal tells you the answer. All right, let's see what we got here. Matching the key cards with the times will help you discover each guest's movements. There is no direct link between the key card numbers and the guest names. How else can you determine what belongs to what? One key card was registered on the day of the murder. Who was charged for a spare key? Well, yes, we did see an invoice. Someone asked for a spare key, but what does that have to do with anything? 105, this is a red herring. 105 is Richard Cogswell. 105 is Richard Cogswell. He was the grumpy old man whose turtle was missing. He was charged for a replacement key. What does that have to do with anything? Let's keep going here. Okay. Julian mentions in his journal something will unlock things important to us. Wait. Okay. Julian's familiar with another person to use a nickname for them. Veronica's nickname is Roni. Shows up. Eugene specifically mentions in his note on the back of the flyer that Julian counts his words. Yes, okay. So, all right, let's see what this is all about. Descriptions of each guest, yes, we know that. Richard was charged for a replacement key card according to his room. Yeah, so what? All right, so let's take a look at this. It was just meant to throw us off the track. So, but yes, look at what it was. That was it. 7221 was Julian, as we guessed. And Buck was 7220. Right next neighboring numbers to throw us off. And Ava 1004139. Yes, that's the one I said when she came back at 4:30. So that turned out to be true. That's her coming back into the room. That's her finally come. She's the other occupant of room 104. So that made sense. Did make sense, but it was just awfully bizarre that the handyman, Julian, could have a key code right next to the other one, but okay. And then Richard lost his card. That's just a total red herring. I guess it was meant to throw us off, like, why did two of these key cards come into Richard's room, I guess. Let's look at the rest of these. All right, his journal. This is the combination to open it. Hidden items document, warning, spoilers. What's all this? Full inventory list, right? That's what we got in the beginning. Breakup note, casino touch tool. What is a touch tool? Never heard of that term, touch tool. Okay, accessibility. I think these are things like if you couldn't read the handwriting, it's giving to them in digital format. I like that. Eugene's lyrics. Flyer. This is just all the documents. Oh, this is just, if you couldn't read the writing, you can get it here. All right, that's kind of maintenance. What was the do not disturb sign? Front, I'm stuck in a dream, but so free, ready to be me. What does that mean about anything? Breakup note. That's right. Okay. Click for solution. Oh my God. Enter your email to receive an exclusive epilogue. Really, guys? Let's see what the solution is. Is this... Okay, let's read this. To determine who killed Julian, there must be a suspect who has means, motive, and opportunity. The murder weapon has not been discovered, and the motive of each individual is not immediately clear. Okay, the printout of the key cards. Eugene's map. Who had which key card? All right, so you can figure that out, which we did. It's clear that Julian entered room 106 at 2:19 p.m. Veronica found him at 3:29. Matches her story. Okay, we know all that. All right. This means Julian was murdered between 2:19 and 3:29. Yes, we figured that out. Eugene was next door and he had no motive either. Candace didn't murder him because she had entered the business center. We didn't pursue much of this because we already ruled them out with no motive. Although I guess we could have double checked them. Here we go. Ava, here we go. Ready? Look at this. Ava likely didn't murder Julian because she returned from Olivia's tournament in Reno at 3:55 p.m., less than 2 hours after the earliest moment Julian would have been alone. According to the police report, Officer Klein lost sight of Chad. Even accounting for time, it's unlikely that Ava could have left Olivia in Reno, driven to the motel, murdered Julian, driven back to Reno, picked up Olivia, and returned to the motel in time. Red herring, Eugene wrote some lyrics. Here, this is what Jonathan, this is what you said. The receipt side of the document does not relate to any suspects. It is merely a scrap of paper that Eugene had on which he wrote down some lyrics. Well, Jonathan, you were right about that. I thought it might have been a typo in the receipt, but it's just saying it's just a piece of scrap paper, exactly as you predicted. All right. This leaves Chad, Richard, and Buck. All right, here, I want to hear about this. There may be something valuable to the case in Julian's keepsake box, as Eugene found it suspiciously in the river bed. If Julian didn't throw it away, then whoever did was able to get close to him. The next step goes through the process to unlock the box, looking at the lock, 4 digits. Okay, Julian and Veronica were close in his journal. Inside the locked box is an ambitious card casino touch tool. What is a touch tool? Well, it's a bottle opener, but all right. The business card has a breakup note, as well as bloody partial fingerprint. The card was therefore placed in the box after Julian's murder. Yes, we got that. Because Julian mentions in his journal finding the turtle figurine that Richard lost, and Julian keeps his little memories in the box, and because the figurine was retrieved, it can be assumed that the box was opened when the killer murdered Julian. And then that person used the box as a poor means of attempting to get rid of the evidence, using Julian's own lock to close it. I mean, that's what we guessed, but that seems pretty far-fetched. But okay. Red herring. Though Richard was clearly upset about losing his wife's turtle figurine, and Julian was the one who had it, there is no evidence to suggest that Richard knew Julian had it. Given that the turtle is mentioned on the last page of Julian's journal and the way he describes it, it's likely that Julian didn't even realize before he died that the turtle belonged to Richard. So this is a totally insignificant part of the mystery, but I did not make the leap that he had found the turtle. This says, turtle lost in the desert sand, hidden and forgotten, or did you finally see there was no way to win, no race to win? I read this as saying that he heard about the missing turtle, not that he found it. But it wasn't important for the mystery, so we just ignore it. There's a little, I don't care. Not just a bug, it's a mosquito. All right. Okay, the touch tool was the instrument used to puncture Julian's eye, and motive, the Julian's affair. Okay, so we got this exactly right. Of Chad, Richard, and Buck, Richard's love interest has already passed away. Therefore, Chad, because of his affection for Veronica, or Buck, because of his marriage to Ava, are the final 2 suspects. Between Chad and Buck, Buck was the only one who went to the ambitious card casino, and he went more than once. He won a poker tournament there, for which the touch tool was his trophy, and later his tool for revenge. Therefore, Buck killed Julian. Recreating the events. Buck returning from here we go. Here's our recreation. See how close it matches. Buck, returning from the casino to search for Olivia's good luck charm, finds the note from Julian to Ava and discovers their affair. That was our theory. Shortly after, Julian arrives at the room to fix the air conditioning. He wasn't there long. Perhaps the mood was awkward, perhaps tense. Buck had just discovered his wife's infidelity, and before him stood the man with whom she had cheated. In a fit of jealousy and anger, he followed Julian into room 106, just what we thought, confronted him, and used what tool he had to murder him. Seeing Julian's box of trinkets open, he put the note and casino touch tool inside, locked it with Julian's lock, and threw the box into the river along with the highway. Where's the wiping? He doesn't say the wiping part. It's a little weird, that ending there. But, and then it says, enter your email address below to receive an exclusive epilogue that provides more details about the resolution of the crime. Does it mean if we have to, do we get it right after we do this, or is it going to email it to us? No, I guess we got to send a real email if we want them to. So if we click exclusive epilogue, check your email for a link to the epilogue. Like, I don't want to do this, but on the other hand, I feel like if you've watched this, if someone's watched this, what if this site goes down? Like, we should fill it in and give it to us. So I'm gonna It doesn't even want to let me do it anymore. So, all right, let's just, we're in for a penny, we're in for a pound. I'm going to click here. You don't need to see this. Oh, you already weren't seeing it. That's all right. Let's see if I can. All right, let's see if it gave it to us. All right, well, it's not sending me anything yet. It's not important. We solved it. I don't know what else more it's going to give us. All right, so we solved the case. We got it right. It was the husband. Everything we figured it all out. Now, I mean, okay. Let's start first things first. My expectations were pretty low coming into this. Jonathan, I don't know what yours were, but I was expecting sort of this to be at the bottom tier of these games. And it wasn't. It wasn't at the bottom tier. I was positively surprised. Now, this is not... Jonathan says, I don't care enough to make you give your email if you don't want to. Unless it was more about that giraffe, then I want the epilogue. Let's see if we can bring this up. Yeah, that's funny. So, but I was impressed. So it wasn't as deep, and there wasn't as many of those multiple chains of reasoning to solve things the way the best of the adventure detective stories was. But it was quite cool to be halfway into this and not have a motive. I mean, I guess the motive of the guy driving away was jealousy, but it really felt like we didn't have a good feel. Instead, it wasn't formulaic. That's how I want to say this. This game was not formulaic. And that was fun. That was a nice experience for it not to be formulaic. And most of the documents, the quality of the stuff was enjoyable. I mean, the puzzle to unlock the box was super simple, and it just feels like overkill to me. I don't think you need to have a real lock with a real box. That's just overkill. And this little turtle thing, and the tin, but you could say you could keep this as a little souvenir. So, I mean, I'm not complaining. I'll pay $5 extra for a board game if it's got some physical stuff that makes it more enjoyable. I just don't think it's not that important to me, but I'm not going to fault it as long as it's not in place of a good mystery. And I think there was a good mystery here. Yeah, I mean, I think sticking with the thing about it not being formulaic is the important part for me. Everyone didn't have a motive. Everyone wasn't that important. It was sort of like wide open until we really narrowed it down to a couple people. And I really enjoyed the parts where we're looking at a piece of evidence and have to stop and really think about what we're looking at. Like this business card, which was nice. The way it staged the game into two parts. There's everything until you unlock the box, and then you get this, and all of a sudden you've got part two where you've got this bloody fingerprint. And that was nice. And I really did like the little subtle parts. Like, and it's weird that the website doesn't talk about this. Like, I'm not sure why the website doesn't tell you about some things that were giveaways. Like, I really liked the part where there were 2 or 3 places where if you know what to look for, you know the wife is lying, right? The wife says she doesn't know, she never saw the victim. And yet, if you look at her report where she's complaining, right? She says, Julian and that woman, who I can only assume was the housekeeper, were being very loud. I was trying to have some family time. So like, and then the part where our woman is writing, or Veronica is giving us notes, and she says how the woman seemed real stiff, gave me the stink eye more than once. Like, those are little things that don't mean anything, but then once you decide that it's the wife, once you realize it's the wife, they give away that, they confirm it. And the thing about that little note that we remembered we almost missed at the back of this form, where this guy says he ran into a jerk in the laundry room. This fun note where he's like, weak bearded pretty boy jerk. Like, that is what explained, that's what confirmed to us that it was the husband that was in there cleaning up. And that was fun, and the timeline was fun. So there were a bunch of things that may have been redundantly given to us, like that were just icing on the cake. Like, we thought it was the husband, and then we just got more confirmation about it. But I don't mind that. I like that. So, I mean, like, I like the story. I like the documents a lot. The map was nice. I like that this was sort of had to require a deep dive into the timeline stuff. I would say, like, overall, the mystery, the pacing, the different kinds of clues, the code stuff. I mean, I know in the code stuff they don't want to make it too hard. That I wouldn't have minded that a little more difficult, but and they went to some trouble with these room invoices that didn't seem that important. So I would say overall very happy with it, impressed, happy with the 3 a.m. so 4 hours. That's a little on the short side, but completely reasonable. I would say though, if we want to find some negatives, I have some negatives. I want to hear, Jonathan, what you think about these. There were a couple things that felt like a little bit of cheats. That I feel like as a comparison, the detective stories adventure people would not have stooped to. One was a key one that caused us some grief, which was the key codes being next to each other. And I think we got something like this with the adventure detective stories, one of those cases where, yeah, it was the phone numbers in still. All right, I can't give stuff away. The point is that where detective stories said the realistic thing is that you'd have key codes next to each other if they're in the same room, husband and wife, this game used that to try to throw you off the scent. So they had the handyman and the husband's key codes were one off from one another. that's not realistic. That's not logical. It would seem almost impossible for that to happen. So that felt like a little cheat to throw you off, and we had to fight with ourselves and say that that it just made no sense no other way. So it's not a big fault because the game gave you enough that you pushed past that. But it did feel like a little bit of a cheat. The second thing I didn't love was the lockbox thing. I mean, the whole point, the only significance of having a box that's locked with a combination that only he knows should be that only he could have locked it. And the idea of having this whole prop with the lock and then the key being that he wasn't the person that locked it is weird, a weird choice. And it's weird also because there was no possibility that he locked that. I don't think with this bloodstained thing. It was just a weird thing, and it was a weird thing that had no, like, maybe if the mystery was you had to figure out, well, who could have locked it? Like, if someone locked it, who could have locked it? Who else would have known the key? But that's not how the story unfolded. The story unfolded, that ending of what was in that box was very bizarre. Like, he killed him. He wiped off the murder weapon. And it's a little bit of a cheat to think this killed a guy by stabbing him in the eye. But that's like again, a little cartoonish thing. But that's another in the category of sort of cheats. But then he wiped it off on his shirt and got it completely clean by wiping it off on his shirt. And that wiping off on the shirt was not in the solution on the website at all. And then what did he do? He put this along with the card in the lockbox and then locked it and then threw it in a riverbed where someone's going to find it. That doesn't make sense. It makes no sense at all. In fact, you would just take these home with you, wash them, burn this. You wouldn't lock it in the victim's box with your fingerprint, your bloody fingerprint on it, and then throw that in a river. There's no symbolic thing. I mean, if you want to make a killer do that, you have to have some reason for them to do that. So that felt like a cheat or not fully fleshed out, thought out, and weird. It didn't stop us from figuring it out, but it was weird. Then there were a couple things that felt like more what I expected from Hunt a Killer, like props for no reason. Like, is it just that they got a bunch of these? Like, if you play a lot of Hunt a Killers, you're going to find they just ordered 1,000 of these and have them printed up. They had nothing to do with our case, meant nothing, just a little red herring, I guess. Okay, not the end of the world. And these napkins, and they're just fun extra stuff, not important. Don't mind it, no big deal. But a little weird. This key card we found, again, this is just a prop that is of no importance to our case. It's just a prop for a prop's sake. And I think that's a missed opportunity. It would be nicer if this was a meaningful prop, like it was someone's key code we cared about. And the fact that the game didn't tell us where things were found was weird. There are a couple of sort of glaring things, like why didn't we get the names of the people in what room? Why didn't the police prepare names of people? And so that was a little weird, but I mean, not a deal breaker. Let's go back here. Jonathan says, I agree. The key codes being close to each other felt like it was there to create confusion over test your understanding. Yes. And the lockbox, I think Veronica would more explicitly state her boyfriend's stuff was found in the trash. Yeah, it would have been nice if she explained where it was. And the locking of the lockbox, I didn't get it. The whole turtle was just to throw us off the scent. That's fine. It was in a bag for what reason? Don't know. I guess another thing, if we're going to complain, we should complain about the whole website thing. That was pretty unpleasant. How it wants you to sign up to get information. You can see why, because they want to sell these subscription boxes, but that was a little unpleasant. And the solution was on that one card. Where is that card solution? Is it? Where do we? I want to look at that again. I like the photo. I like not knowing who the photo is, but this is a good example of where when the game wasn't telling us where these things came from. Where was this? Why do we have this photo? Where was it found? Where was it found and why? Is it in our list of stuff? Can we find that list of stuff? Is it in here? It says family photo. Family photo, no discussion of where it was found. That feels a little bit like, again, put that into the cheat category. I don't think... Let's go a little further about this. This card should not have been found in the lockbox. The murderer should not have put stuff in the lockbox and thrown it into a riverbed. These could have been found in the trash. These could have been explained that they were found in the trash, and that would have made more sense. I guess you're trying to pace it so this doesn't come out right away. This business card, I can imagine that. I'm not sure how else you would do that if you didn't want it to come out right away. Interesting. I mean, I think maybe the solution to that would be a game where you get some information halfway through. Like at a certain point, it tells you to open envelope C, which is what the police send after doing a thorough investigation of the crime scene. You get this extra envelope that comes in only at a certain point. Jonathan says, here's a criticism. I think saying find the murder weapon and then you find one physical object that could be the murder weapon and the one thing you could not open at first was not great. It's more meta in that it has to be the weapon than you making deduction. Yeah, that's a great point. Like, it was... Well, yeah, I mean... I do agree with what you're saying. You're basically saying that when we opened that and there were only two things in it, this had to be the murder weapon. There was no, and we were never given any other choice. The only thing I'll give them a little bit of credit for is that when we read the description of how he was killed, I sort of glanced through that. I was like, oh, he's bleeding from the head. And it was only when we saw this thing that we went back and I was like, oh, his whole left eye is ruptured. So then it made more sense. So I guess for me, you're right. There wasn't any real deduction. We didn't really have to figure out that this was the murder weapon, which would have been more entertaining if there were multiple objects and it took us a while to figure out this is what did it. So I agree with you completely. The only caveat there is that it was a cool moment to see this. And it took me a little bit to realize, oh, this is the murder weapon. Again, it wasn't a deduction thing. It was just, oh, now I see that is how he was killed. But it would have been more interesting if we had to sort of figure out that there was a weapon in plain sight or something. But once it was clear that it was the husband, it all made sense. What else? But boy, that website, that whole thing was unpleasant. And it was weird that the game's like, I want you to figure out the murder weapon. That would be helpful. And then when we opened the solution, it didn't even mention it. It was just like, go online for some help and hints. And only when we went to the help and the hints did it make note of the murder weapon. What have I lost it? Oh, here it is. Okay, I would also say, this solution was unpleasant. Like, congratulations on putting Buck Crabtree behind bars. What if you answer this and you get it wrong? That's weird. I don't know why this wasn't a more full explanation of the story and just tell you who did it, tell you the story, and tell you the murder weapon. I'm not sure why you have to go to the online thing for that. The hints were okay, which I appreciate. Jonathan says, nitpick, why bother to clean the murder weapon and then just put it in a box and throw it in a river? Why not just take it with you, leave it anywhere else? Yeah, I mean, you heard me. I agree with that completely. Like, first of all, that's crazy that you would put it in, that you would go to you've just killed someone, you stabbed them in the eye in a bit of rage. You've got blood on your hands that you have to go to the laundry room to clean up. The solution didn't say that either. Like, I don't know why the solution didn't talk about some of these cool aspects of the mystery for you to have, that you might have overlooked. That was weird. But yeah, you would then take this super bloody, this thing would have blood and guts all over it, brain matter. You wipe it on the thing. I guess he takes it with him. And he takes this with him out of the room. And the lock, he puts it in and locks it. It just makes no sense that he would do that. It didn't stop us from solving it, but it makes no sense. And you just won this in a poker tournament. You're probably not going to want to throw this away either. You're probably just going to want to wash it and keep it. It'd be harder to explain why you don't have this. But these are nitpicks in the sense that none of this stopped us from being fully engrossed in it. And this is absolutely a good game. I would have no trouble recommending this and putting this in the... I mean, again, it's not at the caliber of Adventure, but I might even put this as my next down in the tier. The variety of documents was enjoyable. I didn't love the ones that had no meaning. Like, some of this alibi stuff seemed weird. Like, it didn't seem like it was real alibis, right? Like this thing about we know his timeline and we know this guy's timeline. I guess they were just for flavor, and it was really the key entry stuff that was the real hard timeline evidence. And I appreciated that. I appreciated that this was dense and we had to really look at that and try to understand it. And I also really appreciate that if you wanted to, if you had time, you could make a chart of every number here and who it belonged to and exactly what they did and when. It didn't feel like we really needed to, so we didn't. But you could have, and I like that. Jonathan Warner says, here's a positive. I like the photos of characters being in different documents, like the silly picture of Stewart, an article about the giraffe, the drunken note, all help the story seem colorful. Yeah, very well said. I could not agree more. Like, this gets back to what I was making fun of. I sort of started this by saying, well, Hunt a Killer feels like it's more gimmicky with props. And part of that was true. There were props here that were sort of gimmicky and didn't mean anything, but they weren't just props, right? Like, I've played some of these other mystery suspect cold case where there was a bunch of props from the scene, like a brochure or whatever, that was just a prop. But here, like this prop, which is a pretty substantial, elaborate prop, also had this handwritten map, a nice big map. That was very fun. And as Jonathan points out, like one of the most enjoyable, humorous moments of the game was looking at this note that this Richard Cogswell, the drunk guy, writes. And he's like he's complaining, and it's funny, it's fun. But it has an interesting clue in it about meeting the guy in the laundry room. But look at this, how he crossed it out, and he's making fun of him in a fun way. Like, that is really fun. And then Jonathan pointed out, like, they snuck in a photo of the business owner here that was kind of enjoyable. We got a photo of Candace, the real estate woman here. I mean, those were enjoyable. They were immersive. They really did make it feel like this was a real world with real people, with real personalities. The lyrics, the song, that didn't do too much for me. But and then we had a photo of the crime scene. So yeah, I mean, I think it worked. Duke of Zill has popped in at the end, as he has been doing. He says, how was it? This series is way too expensive, so I'll likely never play it. Well, you're wrong. This is a $25 box. There's 2 more of them. This is medium difficulty, but these are the standalone boxes. This is completely affordable. If someone could tell me that the subscription boxes, which are like 6 episodes, you can get 6 episodes on eBay now for under $100. So $15 an episode. If those episodes were as much as were in one box, I'd buy it instantly. But they're not. They're not this elaborate. So maybe they're half as much or maybe less. But I would say, I'll just repeat myself quickly for Duke of Zill. This game compared quite favorably to the other Mystery Suspect games. A little bit below the adventure detective stories sets in terms of involvement and satisfaction of the case, but right below it, maybe at the top of the other tiers. Certainly would give any of them a run for their money in terms of immersive experience, in terms of the enjoyment of trying to figure out what happened, and in terms of satisfaction at the mystery. So absolutely, you might want to Duke of Zill, close the channel and turn it off because we might talk a little bit more spoilers. But yeah, I'd recommend it. I would recommend going and buying this. I don't think I'd want to play an easier one. I wouldn't want this to be any easier. So this is rated at medium. One of the ones you can buy on Amazon is rated at easy. And I think I'd probably advise a pass on that. But on the other hand, if you are totally new to this genre and you want to get this for a family, like I would have no trouble recommending these, and maybe recommend you could start with the easy one would be a great way to start. I suspect the production quality of that one is as high as this, and this is not a bad way to start. In fact, the adventure series, which I've said are the best, are daunting for someone to start with. Those you could have a bad experience with those if you weren't ready to put in real time and effort and you didn't have some comfort with the genre and some experience. So those might be hard to recommend as a first game. But I would recommend this as a first game. Absolutely. It's not all show. It's got some flashy components, which is what I think they're known for, some props and souvenirs, but it's not just souvenirs. It's not just props. There was some reasonable stuff in here. Absolutely. We should always remember that expectations have a strong effect on how enjoyable something is. It really helps to come into something with low expectations, which I did. I did come into this with low expectations, but it definitely exceeded them. If they make other medium difficulty boxes, I will buy it. Jonathan says, I thought about the game. I think Hunter Killer episodes are about ruling out one suspect a box. Maybe this standalone box was a little too much like that. Got to a point where it was about one guy. Well, it's true. It was a weird experience. I think it could go further than that. It was kind of a weird experience in this game that there were almost no suspects, it felt like. Compared to the other games, like some of these cold case games, everyone is a suspect from moment one. And I was getting a little tired of that. I really appreciated that this game somehow dropped us off in this hotel and it was like, there's no suspect, there's no murder weapon, there's no motive. That was a weird feeling. But I liked it, and a positive in terms of pace was that, like, we got to the point where we realized that it was this family, it was this husband and wife, but we were going back and forth about whether it was the wife or the husband. And that was kind of a cool moment because he's having the affair with the wife and telling her it's never going to work. So you kind of think, okay, the wife then is out of anger doing this. But it was a little subtle how the clues pointed to the husband. And again, there were a bunch of little subtle clues that I really did appreciate. That it's confusing that the website didn't gloat about, right? Like the part about, okay, so here was this card that our guy obviously gave to the wife, right? So if the husband's going to be the murderer, the husband had to find out about this. So it was cool that the game was like, gave us the hint about how he had to go find the missing, he was asked by the wife to find his daughter's missing good luck charm. And that required the leap. The leap was that he was looking for that, and while looking for that, he came across this. And I really appreciated the designers leaving it at that. It did not have to be underlined and bolded. We didn't have to be told exactly where he found it or that he found it. It was enough to know that he was rummaging, went home early to rummage around to try to find a lost item. That would make sense that that's how he found it. I really liked those kinds of things. Same thing with him being found in the laundry room and the times matching. We could infer, and him, like, this was cool. This was like, there were a couple of these moments that I really appreciated. So look what it said here. Ran into some middle-aged, weak-bearded, pretty boy jerk in the laundry room, and he gave me a hard time for bringing my drink in with me. Rude. Like, in addition to being funny, in addition to feeling immersive and realistic, in addition to giving us weak-bearded, in addition to pointing out the photo, confirming that little subtle thing about how the guy was giving him a hard time about being in the laundry room with his drink, The conclusion we made, which I really think was intended, was that he's cleaning up all the blood on his hands from the murder, and he's just trying to tell the guy, don't come in here. A couple little things like that really were nice and subtle. That's how these mysteries should work. When you know the answer, when you figure out the answer, these little things should click into place and make sense. Whereas if you don't know it, they just pass you by. They just seem inconsequential. A guy gave him a hard time for coming in the laundry room with his drink. You don't think twice about that. So that's how mysteries should work. Once you know the answer, the things, it's like watching a movie. Once you know how it works, you see things make sense again. You could imagine a case like this stretched over 6 episodes could be either amazing or it could be stretching it out too long. I will now, having played this and had a good experience with this, I will now try one of those Hunt a Killer subscription boxes and see how it compares. I mean, this may be a totally different experience. Nothing destroyed. This can be passed along to someone else. Jonathan says, the website should point this stuff out more. As it stands, I think it makes the other characters and items and stories seeming throwaway. Yeah. It was weird. The website was almost felt like an afterthought. I wonder if that epilogue was going to tell us some of that stuff. Doesn't seem like they... Oh, here we go. Good luck. All right, here we go. I see it now. All right, let's see what it says here. Let's look at this together. In fact, let me see if I can I use some of my... Not really. It's just because you shouldn't really be looking at my email. It says, let's see, maybe I can pull this off. Great work solving murder at the motel. Now that you've cracked the case, check out this exclusive epilogue from your contact, Michelle Gray, which we can take a look at that. Murder at the Motel is just the beginning of your adventures as a private investigator. Solve brand new ones. Da, da, da. Okay, let's click on this exclusive epilogue and see what we get. Is it going to be a video? No. Oh, that loaded slow. I wonder what that's all about. It's just an image. Whoa. What the hell? That's awfully weird. All right, let's see if we can read this together. It's some weird image. It seems like they wanted to include this. If you click to enlarge it, it's too big. Let's see, can we scroll around? Yeah, I guess we can. Please pass along my thanks to your team. It's good to know that some small justice has been served. Ugh, this is too big. All right, let's try to read it like this. I'll read it with my glasses, and you see if you can read it. Let's turn picture off. Okay. Please pass on my thanks to your team. It's good to know that some small justice has been served for Julian. I knew that Buck Crabtree was a loser, but I didn't think he was a killer. Officer Klein got in touch with me to fill me in on what happened. After your detective pointed the finger, the cops took another look at everything and decided to talk to the Crabtrees again. I wish I was a fly on the wall during that conversation, but Officer Klein just told me that it got heated and Buck confessed. She said that Mrs. Crabtree looked happy to see her husband fall apart. After Klein put the cuffs on Buck, she said Mrs. Crabtree offered her some coffee and cake for the road. I forgot to ask. I bet it was delicious. I hope their daughter's okay, though. Maybe this will be good for her. Her mom can move on and they can get a fresh start. What a heartless thoughtless man. I hope he has plenty of time to think in his cell. Speaking of men in jail, the cops finally tracked Chad down in Carson City. Turns out he abandoned my car when he got a flat and decided to hide out in Lake Tahoe. I heard that while he was out fishing, a couple of mushroom hunters stumbled on his campsite. By the time Chad got back to camp, the rangers and cops were already there. I would have loved to see the look on his face. So I got my car back and moved out east, just like Julian and I planned. Not in New York, though. I'm living in a little town called Cool Pond near a little lake in Maryland. There's a community college not far. I'm going back to school next semester. Meanwhile, I've got a place called Captain's Log. The owner, Lacey, is awesome, and so is her first mate. That's what she calls her bartender, Edmund. They're helping me settle in and feel welcome. Lacey also agreed to have Eugene play at Captain's Log on his tour. I'm looking forward to seeing that guy again. I called the Sunset to make sure Stu mails me my last paycheck. And he's as curmudgeonly as ever, which is good to know, actually. He did say something that surprised me, though. He named 106 the Cogswell Suite and offered Spaceman a free stay. What Stu told me was that Spaceman, who I now know is really named Richard, called to apologize for his behavior that weekend. He was grieving his wife and her favorite trinket, a little soapstone turtle he picked up on their honeymoon decades ago. Then the conversation turned to life and loneliness, all kinds of real human stuff I never would have imagined that Stu ever considered. Maybe he's not as grimy as I thought. So the Sunset Motel is going to stick around a while longer. But I bet he's still got that realtor's business card in a desk drawer somewhere. Thank you again. I owe you one. Veronica Rodriguez. P.S. Admin came up with a house drink he calls Old Man at Sea. It's 5 ingredients. 2 parts spiced rum, 2 parts coffee liqueur, 1 part creme de cacao, 1 part high-proof rum, and a splash of good chocolate liqueur, served on the rocks. He says if it's too strong, it's because the old man is salty about his sunburn and needs a hat. That's a splash of cream to cool him down, he says. Let's share a long-distance toast to Julian. All right, well, okay. Unnecessary, messed up website that you can't look at that. It's either much too small to read or you click it and it's this. So they need to fire their website people and fix that. Fix it. Better solution. No need to sign up for this. No need to do this. That's just weird. Yeah. It was a little disappointing that all of the stuff that looked like alibi stuff, the casino cash out, the ice cream, some of that, it all seemed like we didn't need any of those alibis for timing. We didn't need to rule anyone out, really. In the solution, it talks a little bit about ruling out people, but we really didn't have to. When we found the positive affirmative evidence that it was the husband, that was all we needed. And I think Jonathan was making this point about there only being one real suspect was true. Once we saw that the wife was having the affair, it wasn't going to be anyone else. Still a fun ride. Jonathan says, overall, it was a good game. I'm not sure if I quite agree about the lack of motives. The game may have wanted you to think Spaceman wanted the turtle. The boss wanted to get rid of him because of the debt. Yeah, Chad for jealousy. You're right. I mean, you're right. Those are all possible motives. It just, to me, they didn't feel serious enough. The hotel guy was going to get $1 million. It didn't seem like you would kill someone for $50,000. The turtle, killing someone for a turtle just never seemed to me like a really believable motive. Would you kill someone for the turtle? So, but you're right. They did have motives, but they didn't seem that serious. It could have leaned into them a little more, like even Chad, the ex. Yeah, I gotcha. The X, they could have played into that more and made us really believe he was the killer, but he was the one that was closest to having a real alternative motive, right? But then the game set us up and said, Veronica doesn't think he did it. Like, why would we be called in? If the police think he did it, they don't need us if he really did it. So, like, the one person had a plausible alternate motive. The game sort of told us from the get-go that he wasn't really going to be it. And then most of the people, Eugene, Candace, Veronica, they didn't have any motive at all. But that's okay. That's okay. As I said, I was ready for a break from the thing where everyone has a motive and a means. That feels a little thin, like trying to put 8 suspects in a box where they're all could be the candidate means short shrift on other stuff. And so I appreciated that we were focused in on these two, this family and this couple. Jonathan, would you agree that all of the detective stories, adventure cases are a better experience, better mysteries, better experiences? Would you agree with that? But would you also agree that this would be a little easier to recommend for a family that hasn't tried a game like this before? Like, I have a hard time figuring out, like, I feel like those adventure detective stories games, Fire in Adverstein, Still Lake, Death in Antarctica, and Kaifeng 982 History Edition, I feel like all of those could be overwhelming for someone. Someone could have a bad experience with that. I don't think you're going to have too bad an experience with this game. I'd like to see them do this solution differently. There's no reason you couldn't open up this thing and get a full explanation with the murder weapon, a full description, maybe a front sheet that quizzed you to see if you were ready for the final solution. Any other thoughts, Jonathan? Did the technology work okay with the close-up views, the picture-in-picture? I've got 2 picture-in-picture. So I've got this one, right? And then as I get close up more, so that's the whole table close up. Here's this close-up one. Here's a super zoomed in one. Then I can change the type of picture-in-picture to this more standard. What's more enjoyable? What's more human to watch? This is the screen we're on most. Like this or the gimmicky picture-in-picture circle. What makes it feel more like you're playing a game with a human when you're on this top-down view? Jonathan says, I think it would be a good place to start. The only one I might suggest over it was 982. Did not really get stuck on anything in that. Here got held up on the key code for a little while. Yeah, I think that's fair. Although, yeah, I'm trying to remember the Kaifeng 982 was good, but there was a chunk we missed in that. Again, I think from my standpoint, those series are tougher, and they require a little more. There's a little more possibility to get stuck in a dead end and not know where to go and have it be a little more involved. And I just think this one is a little more tightly scoped. Like you couldn't, the only thing I could imagine getting wrong in this, you weren't going to conclude that it was the motel owner. Like, there was no evidence to convict anyone but this couple. But I could see a group thinking it was the wife, maybe making some wrong things, especially with those key card codes. So, but that's the worst you're going to do. The worst you're going to do is pick the wife over the husband. Jonathan says the square one feels more natural. The circle feels more like a show. Yeah, okay. So maybe we'll go back to the square. It's hard to, there must be a term for when you do work, when you put in work to have to do something, you don't want to give it up even if it's worse. But yeah. Well, I'm surprised. I'm surprised how much I enjoyed this case. At some point this month, I believe we're going to try to tackle the Sherlock Holmes Adventures in Gaslight expansion over a series of days, probably one day after another for 3 or 4 days. Before that, I may, since I want to try out this new streaming setup and software, I was thinking I might try another Chronicles of Crime fan scenario. Either The Worst Date or Happy Birthday. Those were recommended as good quality fan scenarios. So I think maybe next week, a Chronicles of Crime fan scenario, possibly. Or we've got a couple more a couple more games like this, the Hidden Games series that uses the internet a little bit. But I think maybe the right thing to do is take a little break from these and try Chronicles of Crime fan scenario. Any final thoughts, Jonathan, before we sign off? Jonathan says, I don't dislike the circle. It just feels more like a game show or something. Yes, I can see that. I'm happy to see that the stream did not die. OBS Studio is what I'm using here. It's a free open source software. And it seems to work pretty well. It's got some real advantages over using the hardware A10 Mini. It's got a couple disadvantages, but not many. Did I show you there's the view from of the whole table. You can see the lights. What else? You can see the monitor. So there on that monitor is what the software, what you see on that monitor to the left is exactly what's on the monitor directly in front of me. So that's what I'm looking at when I'm streaming, except it's a front view instead of this view. Sorry for getting us held up on the key code. No, not at all. I mean, you and I were on the same, had the same concerns. That those key codes being next to each other really made it look like it might have been the wife and the husband going into that room. But thank God it wasn't something where their key codes were opening up the other rooms. But yeah, it was worth stopping and thinking about, because that's our whole the whole solution to the mystery depended on understanding who was getting into what room. Jonathan says, did you have a good Thanksgiving? I did have a good Thanksgiving. We had Friendsgiving at Rebecca and Chad's house. I went over, had lots of delicious food, made lots of ice cream. What about you, Jonathan? What did you do for Thanksgiving? Anyone else in the chat? I'm not sure there is anyone else in the chat. Jonathan, can you detect anything different about the audio? Is the audio any worse through this software compared to the previous streams? That's the one thing that I was struggling with, setting the audio here. It doesn't seem quite, it's using the same microphones, but I had a little bit more trouble configuring the audio. Didn't feel like I had many options and much control over the audio. Hopefully it's good enough, but it would be nice if it wasn't a step backwards. Jonathan says for his Thanksgiving, he had it with family that lived in the area. Good meal and nice to see them. Okay, that's very nice. Jonathan says, audio was mostly the same. I think it may be a little louder. Yes, I did spend some time trying to compare it to some other YouTube streams. I noticed that often the videos I upload are quieter, and I'm trying to fix that. It doesn't matter, except that if it's quiet compared to other videos, then people have to keep messing with the volume. So I tried to get it closer to what other volume is on other people's YouTube channels. Jonathan, you think you're still up for Sherlock Holmes? The thing about the Sherlock Holmes, so I've been emailing Jonathan when I'm scheduling these, because he's joined me for the last eight or so, maybe 8 or 9, whatever. And it's definitely more enjoyable to play these with Jonathan. But for this one, I was like, you don't have to join in this one because I don't expect it to be that good, and it was last minute. But I feel a little differently about the Sherlock Holmes case. Like, I feel like, from everything I've heard, it's frustrating, difficult, but not just difficult, but difficult to the extent that you can't really solve it. You're not going to really solve it, and you're in for more of the experience. So I'm okay with that. I play Sherlock Holmes consulting detective as much for the experience as the mystery. But I'm a little nervous about playing that one without a sounding board, without someone to brainstorm with and talk about, like, okay, let's give up. Let's give up here, or we're not going to figure this out. And I just feel like that one could really use a second set of eyes. But on the other hand, it feels like it's going to be a marathon. like a 4-session, like the longest of any of the live stream murder mysteries I've done so far. So it's not really, Jonathan is not getting paid. I'm not getting paid either. No one's getting paid. But I think the thing to do, though, Jonathan, if you're interested in it, is figure out a set of couple days where it would be convenient for you to play, and I'll work around your schedule if you think you want to play. If you don't want to play, don't feel any obligation. It feels a little more like when I played Gumshoe and I recorded it, I felt a little bit like, all right, there's a little bit of a reason why I'm doing this. Like there's a little bit of a reason that to go through the trouble and upload this to YouTube, because it's a historical thing that there are no videos of yet. And so I feel that way about Adventures in Gaslight. Here's a game that's out of print, rare, impossible to get hold of for most people, and a frustrating and difficult and unpleasant enough experience that people may want to watch it instead of playing it. So I feel like we're a little bit doing a service by playing it. So there's that too. That adds a little bit of enjoyment to the process. All right. Any last comments from Jonathan or anyone else? If not, we'll sign off. I'm going to get a little camera. Maybe instead of the webcam camera, instead of the camera shooting this, I'll install a camera next time that's just pointed at the cat. So you can occasionally watch the cat during setup. Jonathan says, did you still want to do it near the holidays? Yeah, I'm a sucker for those kinds of things. Like I used to, well, so, I mean, I think like doing it near Christmas might be kind of fun. Could be like a 4-day span before Christmas, or a couple days before Christmas, or a week before Christmas, something like that. Or after Christmas, between Christmas and New Year, or a little bit after New Year. So, but yeah, anytime in that, from the a week before the 25th to a week after the 1st, anywhere in that zone would feel like a little bit of a holiday celebration marathon excuse. Jonathan says, maybe before Christmas, that way people could watch the video of traveling and even after the stream. Yeah, I think that makes some sense. A little Christmas miracle. All right, I think it's time to wrap it up. Last chance, we'll just give 60 seconds on the clock for anyone else who wants to join the channel, because I can see there's no one else in the channel. So there's no point in asking people to not be shy. Jonathan, a pleasure as always. I'm glad we caught the culprit. I don't know if I was playing, if I knew I had to give them my email, my real email, I might think twice before giving it for the epilogue. I don't think the epilogue added anything. But a good experience, a good game. I would recommend it. Jonathan, I will see you next time. And let me know in the comments if you have a suggestion of what Hunt a Killer subscription service, which series you would recommend. All right, I'll see you next time.